Chapter 5568. Things weren't over yet. After this, more and more families, sects, experts, and rogue cultivators were controlled. The number had reached a terrifying level. There were hundreds of families and sects, and soon there were more than 300, and it was still increasing. This scene terrified the people on the buried Emperor Star. The target of these people was the great Emperor families. The clans of the martial monarchs roared furiously. For many years, no one had dared to challenge them. They had never expected such a scene to occur. However, they weren't afraid. So what if there were more families and sects? However, the situation didn't ease. Gradually, in addition to the buried Emperor Star, the other worlds in the universe were also controlled. There were even some worlds that were completely controlled. Moreover, they attacked the great Emperor families. The great Emperor families were furious. At this moment, they had no choice but to treat it seriously. In the end, they even activated their extreme weapons. Extreme Tao power swept across the world. Those great Emperor clans unleashed their extreme Tao light, sweeping through everything in their path. The others were shocked. It was too unbelievable. When had the great Emperor families ever been challenged like this? Apart from Lin Wuti, no one had dared to challenge them. However, this time, someone had attacked the great Emperor families. It wasn't just one great Emperor family. A few martial monarch clans were affected. Who was the enemy? They actually didn't know. Could it be that another forbidden land was making a move? Countless people guessed. Naturally, the Divine Union was also affected. This was because they also had extreme weapons on their side. The people of the Divine Union were in an uproar. The Crimson Dragon said, "Damn it, this method was too terrifying." The Toad said, "Could it be that a great emperor has been resurrected?" Lin Xian frowned. He also unleashed his extreme aura. The heaven-devouring jar bloomed, forming an endless black hole that surrounded the entire Divine Union to prevent those people from attacking. He probed and said, "If it's soul control, how strong is this soul power?" Even a boundary emperor couldn't do it. Is it really a great emperor? He thought of the half-frog back then. Could it be the other half, using such a method to attack? Of course, this was only his guess. Besides soul control, there were other methods of control. There were some methods that he couldn't think of. If it were other methods, perhaps he would have a way to do it. Above the buried Emperor Star, there are extreme Tao lights flying all day long. Terrifying extreme Tao aura swept through the 9 heavens to fight against the other experts. Great battles broke out every day, causing countless people to feel terrified. They thought it was the end of the world because nothing like this had ever happened before. The only relatively safe places were the 2 forbidden areas in the human world and the residents of heaven. The Z Mansion also possessed imperial armaments. However, their identities were too mysterious. Thus, no one dared to attack them. Although the Divine Union had suffered a blow, they still had an extreme-grade weapon. It would be very difficult for these people to break in. It was almost impossible. However, he still had to be on guard. If the Forbidden Land of Life or the Purple Mansion joined forces with these people, then the situation would not be good. Lin Xian had guessed correctly. Some of the Forbidden Lands had joined forces. Mount Eternal and Huang Ling once again brought the power of supreme beings to join hands with these people. They were preparing to attack the monarch clans. The surprising thing was that the Z Fu Dao didn't do anything. The Purple Mansion had always been very quiet. It was unknown what the Purple Mansion was doing. The people of the Z government were also puzzled. A few elders had said that this was the best opportunity to attack Lin Wuti. Kill him, and we can take revenge. However, the chief of the Z government said, "Nobody is allowed to go out, just wait." The time was not right yet. After he finished speaking, he ignored those people and looked up at the sky. This was only the beginning of the changes in the world. The real show was yet to come. He knew who these people were, but it was impossible for these people to attack the Ground Clan. However, it was enough to set off a storm. Sure enough, After the two forbidden lands joined in, the situation changed. The power of the mortal realm's supreme weapon was extremely terrifying. Although it wasn't an extreme weapon, it actually dared to contend against an extreme weapon. In addition, there were too many experts, clans, and sects that were being controlled. All of a sudden, those great emperor clans were in danger. After all, continuously using an extreme-grade weapon would consume a lot of their energy. Finally, on this day, the Yi family was the first to recover. The suppression of the Celestial Emperor's cauldron sent a group of experts flying, turning them into ashes. After the Yi clan, the Gu clan had also fully recovered. Their extreme weapons had repelled the attackers. In an instant, the situation eased a little. However, the remaining people didn't run away. Instead, they were still accumulating energy. The Divine Union also frowned. They had also used an extreme weapon. The desolate tower recovered fully and repelled the enemies. Damn it, these forbidden lands were actually targeting them. It seemed like they wanted to take revenge. Fortunately, they had 3 extreme weapons on their side. Even if Yen Ryu went back to protect the Demon Emperor Mountain, they still had 2 extreme weapons on their side. However, on this day, a blue radiance flew over from the sky. The array set up by the Crimson Dragon shook. What the hell was that? Many of his array formations had been frozen. What terrifying ice! Who was it? The people of the Divine Union were shocked. After they recovered their extreme weapons, those people didn't attack them. Instead, they confronted them. Who would have thought that someone would attack them today? Bai Susu, Toad, and the others walked out. Their eyes were shining with the most terrifying radiance. Did they want to fight? They would accompany them to the end. Wait a minute. Lin Xian frowned. Why did this ice feel so familiar? His 9-yang divine body began to sway. What happened to Brother Xian? Morong Qingqing was shocked. How could the divine body change like this? Even the dark red divine dragon said, Kid, could it be that you've been plotted against? Lin Xian said, No, it's her. She's here. Who was it? The crimson dragon was shocked. Morong Qingqing was also puzzled. Lin Xian said, Qingqing, do you remember what I told you? About the 99 yang. Morong Qingqing was also stunned. Then she said, Could it be? She naturally knew about Lin Xian's past. Lin Xian didn't hide it from her and told her everything. When Lin Xian had just arrived at the buried Emperor Star, he had met a woman who had obtained the 9 yang inheritance and even become Lin Xian's woman. Morong Qingqing knew about this. It was just that she had never had the chance to meet that woman. Who would have thought that she would come today? That's right, it was her. Lin Xian nodded. Only she could make the 9-yang divine body change like this. Chapter 55-69. Lin Xian was extremely excited when he thought about her. He hadn't seen her for a long time, and he didn't know how she was doing. However, she had obtained the inheritance of the 9-yin divine body, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? He walked outside and opened the array. The formation opened, and Lin Xian went to welcome the other party. However, there was no one outside, and there was only that blue light. What's going on? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Morong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others had also arrived. When they discovered that there was no one outside, they looked around as well. Lin Xian's eyes shone with the radiance of the reincarnation wheel as he looked at the blue light. In the next instant, his pupils contracted as he released the power of the reincarnation wheel and engulfed the blue light. Inside, he heard a weak voice. Save me. Not good. Xueqi is in danger. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. His killing intent soared into the sky. Who is it? He couldn't be forgiven for daring to attack his woman. Elder brother Xian, what's going on? Morong Qingqing and the others were also confused. Lin Xian said that Xueqi was in danger. How could this be? They were all shocked. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Who was his opponent? He didn't know. Where is Xueqi? He also didn't know. What kind of danger is it? He also didn't know. There was only a single signal for help. This was troublesome. The Crimson Dragon asked, could it be related to the recent situation? Many powerhouses' clans had been controlled. Could he also be controlled by these people? Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. It was very likely. The person who had appeared this time was too mysterious. He had dared to attack a great emperor's clan. Moreover, it wasn't just one of them, but several great emperor's clans. Such a person was terrifying. Even if Xueqi had the 9 divine body, she wouldn't be able to resist him, unless she had an extremely powerful weapon. No, I have to save Xueqi quickly. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Send someone to investigate. Lin Xian used the Divine Union's power to investigate. He had to find her. The members of the Divine Union started to move. Lin Xian waited anxiously for a few days, but there was still no news. Murong Qingsheng also said, Brother Xian, I've already sent the people from the Phoenix clan to investigate and see if there are any 9 bodies among the people who attacked the emperor. This kind of physique should be easy to recognize. Indeed, 9 Yin and 9 Yang belong to the super strong physiques in the universe. Once it appeared, it was like a bright light in the dark night, instantly recognizable. However, there was no news so far. Dalong, do you have any ideas? Lin Xian asked Dalong find out who the enemy is first. Then I can help you analyze it. All right, just you wait. Lin Xian immediately rushed out. Not long after, he returned with dozens of experts in his hands. Without exception, these people were all suppressed by him. Black light appeared in the eyes of these people as they roared crazily. However, how could they possibly be a match for Lin Xian? They were all suppressed back. Crimson Dragon, Bai Susu, and the others also rushed over. When they saw these people, they exclaimed in surprise. Were these the experts who were being controlled? This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to investigate. The next moment he was stunned. This was not soul control. Murong Qingqing and the others were also stunned. This was not soul control. Then, how could it control these people? Even the savage wilderness ancestor and the others were shocked. Lin Xian could only ask Dalong. This time, Dalong had a target and could analyze it. The next moment he said, I know. This is indeed not soul control. Then what is it? Lin Xian asked. Do you know? Dalong said, looking at their shadows, this was shadow control. Shadows? Lin Xian frowned and looked ahead. The next moment, his pupils constricted. He said, retreat. After saying that, he slashed forward with his sword. Bai Susu, Rizalong, and the others were still puzzled. In an instant, they realized that their shadows had suddenly changed and wrapped around their bodies. They wanted to envelop them. Damn it, what was this? The Crimson Dragon was stunned. Bai Susu's face was pale as well, and even Murong Qingchen was startled. She shouted angrily, and the 7-colored phoenix in her body erupted. It swept across the 9 heavens and blocked the shadows. The shadows quickly spread out. The shadows of the people from the Divine Union also started to sway. Lin Xian snorted, and a terrifying sword aura rushed out of his body and slashed in all directions. It slashed the shadows. The shadows let out mournful cries. No, impossible. How could you hurt us? Frenzied roars could be heard. Humph. Lin Xian snorted and attacked again. Every ray of sword qi cleaved these shadows apart. Soon, the shadows all fell to the ground and split into pieces. There was also a black silhouette that was tumbling nonstop. He roared in horror. No one had ever been able to hurt them before. However, this young man had done it. Who are you? Who are you? Lin Xian stepped on the shadow and pierced it with his sword aura, nailing it to the ground. That's what I wanted to ask you. Who are you? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Don't even think about it. The shadow was still roaring. Lin Xian stabbed the shadow with his sword. The shadow let out a miserable cry. Then, Lin Xian's sword aura fell like rain. In the end, the shadow was terrified. Kid, you're dead. Don't you know that I'm from the Devouring Shadow Clan? Offending me means offending the entire Devouring Shadow Clan. Let me go, and I'll spare your lives. Devouring Shadow Clan. The Crimson Dragon frowned. They had never heard of it. Could it be that it was a new 10,000 ancient tribe like the person in the jade? Lin Xian also frowned. What do you think, DeLong? DeLong sighed. It was indeed them. The Devouring Shadow Clan was one of the 10,000 ancient tribes that had disappeared. They could control shadows. Anyone's shadow could be controlled. Those who were controlled weren't controlled by their souls, but by their shadows. That was why they couldn't control themselves. Next, DeLong explained in detail. Lin Xian was shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others also knew. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who attacked the great emperor clans were all under the Shadow's control, and they were all from the Devouring Shadow Clan. They were called Shadow Devourers. Each Shadow Devourer could control different amounts of shadows depending on their strength. The Shadow Devourer in front of them was obviously a very powerful one. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword aura was invincible and restrained the other party. Since he knew who the other party was, he had a clue. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Speak. Did you control the Nining body? Tell me. Don't even think about it. The Shadow Devourer sneered. Kid, just wait to be controlled by us. As he spoke, countless cracks appeared on his body. He turned into smoke and dissipated. Damn it. Lin Xian's expression changed. 6 paths of reincarnation. Search. The illusions of 6 worlds completely enveloped the fragments. Chapter 5570. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared to suppress everything. But this time it was useless. This Shadow Devourer had actually chosen to die. He had fallen. Damn it. Lin Xian roared. He was extremely angry. He did not expect these people to be so ruthless to him. They would rather die than let him search their souls. Damn it, is he dead? What should I do? The Crimson Dragon and the others also frowned. Should we catch a few more to take a look? Lin Xian shook his head. These Shadow Devourers were all lunatics. Although he had only come into contact with one, Lin Xian could tell that these people were indeed too crazy. No wonder they were destroyed back then and only came out after countless years. It must have been because of this method that they were destroyed after offending an extremely terrifying expert. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, since you have offended me, I will completely destroy you this time. Killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. However, the most important thing right now was to find Xueqi. He asked DeLong if there was a way. These Shadow Devourers were very mysterious, and the number of people they controlled was too large. If you only rely on your strength to search, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, the Nining body you mention might not necessarily be in Burial Earthstar. In the vast universe, unless you were a great emperor, it would be too difficult to search. Was there no other way? Lin Xian frowned. DeLong said, It's not like there isn't any. Go to the Sword World and take a look. There is a flower called Flower. If it opens, then you have hope. Using the flying snow flower, you can find the most terrifying ice in the world. If the Nine divine body was here, the flying snow flower would definitely look for him immediately. Flying snow flower? All right, I'll go look for it. When Lin Xian heard that there was a chance in the Sword World, he immediately set off. At the same time, he was shocked. This Sword World was indeed extraordinary. The others waited. After Lin Xian entered the Sword World, he began to search for the areas that he had not been to before. Although those areas had recovered their vitality, the pressure was extremely great. Lin Xian walked on top of it, his divine body swaying. He snorted coldly and activated his laws. The 9-yang divine body was also displayed to the extreme. He walked like a sun war god, blocking the attacks. But even so, he walked very slowly. However, Lin Xian didn't give up. 5 days later, he stopped and looked at a flower of frost in front of him. The frost was light and translucent, completely formed from ice and snow. It wasn't on the ground, but was instead dancing in the air. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Endless devil qi condensed between his fingers, forming a devil world cage. It enveloped him and brought him out. After coming out, Lin Xian activated the flying snowflower. After the flying snowflower appeared, it emitted a chilling aura, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. Even Morong Qingqing trembled. Savage Ancestor and the others were even more shocked. What was that? This was too terrifying. They had seen a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits in the world. However, this was the first time they had seen something as terrifying as Lin Xian's. Everyone in the divine union started to tremble as a wave of cold air quickly froze them. The pupils of the people in the divine union shrank, as if they were facing a great enemy. In their opinion, someone had come to attack them. However, that wasn't the case. Lin Xian said, "Don't be afraid. No one is attacking." He soared into the air and told Qingqing, "Stay here and help me look after the divine union. I'll go. Be careful with Big Brother Xian. If there is any danger, you must contact us as soon as possible." Lin Xian nodded. He soared into the air and left with the sky-devouring jar. This time he was on his way alone. His speed was extremely fast as he followed the flying snow, shuttling between heaven and earth. Along the way, he encountered a few sects that wanted to kill him. If this had been in the past, Lin Xian would have ignored them. However, he didn't do that now. He attacked these people because they were backed by the Shadow Devourers. Lin Xian hated the Shadow Devourers very much. He specifically attacked those shadows. His sword Qi contained an extremely terrifying and sharp power. The Azura sword skill was a killing move, and every strike of his sword pierced a hole through those shadows. Miserable shrieks were heard one after another. The Shadow Devourers fled quickly. They had never imagined that this person would be so terrifying. They wanted to leave. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His Rinnegan eye locked onto the other party as he attacked once again. The sword Qi shuttled back and forth like lightning, striking the other party's body and emitting miserable shrieks. Damn it! That Shadow Devourer mobilized hundreds of powerhouses to intercept him. Hundreds of powerhouses swarmed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out the sky-devouring jar and created a terrifying vortex. The aura of the extreme grade enveloped these hundreds of powerhouses. The Shadow Devourer felt his scalp go numb. Damn it! This was the power of the extreme grade. This was an extreme grade weapon. Who are you? He was really stunned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Did you want to know? Go to hell and ask. He slashed out with his sword again. The Shadow Devourer still wanted to resist, but he was split apart by the sword. He screamed miserably. Shadow incarnation. His shadow turned into millions of shadows and fled in all directions. He swore that when he returned, he would call for more companions and send more than 10 families to suppress the other party. You still want to leave? Impossible. Lin Xian took out the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram shone brightly. The yin-yang sword appeared, and the overwhelming sword Qi pierced through all the hundreds of shadow clones. The clones split apart one after another. In the end, the shadow's true body was also pierced through. He screamed miserably, and his body and soul were destroyed. Lin Xian soared into the air and continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered more and more attacks, and those people were all suppressed by him. He took away all the storage rings. As for those Shadow Devourers, they were all killed by him. After the Shadow Devourers died, those who were controlled also recovered. They looked at Lin Xian and kowtowed nonstop, thanking Lin Gongzi for taking action. Lin Gongzi, I will never forget your kindness. Lin Gongzi, from now on, you are our leader. We will not hesitate to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. These people kept kowtowing. Lin Xian said, If you are willing to follow me, then hide and wait. I will summon you one day." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure disappeared, and the others hid themselves. He flew all the way and finally left Burial Earthstar. The snowflake was still flying in front of him. Every time it turned, it would shed light. After leaving Burial Earthstar, Lin Xian frowned. If he was in some corner of the universe, his speed would be very slow. He didn't know if Xueqi could wait for him. Fortunately, after leaving Burial Earthstar, the snowflake flew directly to Quintessential World. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he was in Quintessential World? Thinking of this, he grabbed the snowflake and used the teleportation array to teleport to Quintessential World. Chapter 5571. In the Glacier of Quintessential World. The glacier was covered in ice and snow. It was a world of ice and snow. The other saints did not dare to step into this place because they would be frozen into ice sculptures. However, there were many people on the glacier at this moment. They covered the sky and covered the earth, covering this area. If these figures were seen by others, they would definitely be shocked. They were the experts of the various holy lands in Quintessential World. The current holy lands were much more powerful than before. They were not weaker than the remote antiquity families on Burial Earthstar. So many people were attacking together. Who was their opponent? There was a figure in front of them. It was a woman. She was dressed in blue and had an extremely beautiful face. At this moment, her face was extremely pale, and there was endless ice on her body. She turned into chains of the great path and swept in all directions. The entire glacier seemed to have been manipulated by her and turned into a land of ice and snow. The shadows under the feet of the experts of the holy lands opposite her started to drift strangely. One of them said, "This woman is really difficult to deal with. I did not expect that she could still resist." At the same time, another person sneered, "So what? Looking at her physique, she should have the legendary 9 body. Such a physique is extremely extraordinary. It's hard to find one in 10,000 years. Now that we've met one, it's our luck. This time, we must control her no matter what. With such a powerful puppet, we can sweep away everything in the future." The person who said this was also a woman. Of course, only her voice could be heard. Another man laughed and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. We have controlled so many people. Can't we do anything to her? It is only a matter of time before we can control her. Moreover, eldest senior brother is here. Eldest senior brother is the Triple Crown King. It will be no problem for him to suppress her. However, this woman is using the power of the glacier to fight against us. When she can't hold on any longer, she will die." The people who spoke were shadow devourers. They had controlled countless experts. They were preparing to attack the person in front of them. The person in front of them was Xueqi, who had the 9 body. Xueqi's face was extremely pale. She had been traveling in the universe. She had come to cultivate her 9 body. However, when she came to Quintessential World, the world changed and countless people were controlled. Furthermore, he was chasing after her. Fortunately, she was strong enough to avoid the pursuit of dozens of sections. But in the end, a Triple Crown champion appeared and directly entangled her shadow, causing her to be severely injured. At the critical moment, she fled to the glacier. He used the frost of the glacier to fight against it. However, he also knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Over the years, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an inconceivable level. Now, she was already the double champion. However, he couldn't compare to the Triple Crown champion. She thought that in a few days she would be completely controlled, so she sent out a call for help. She wondered if her husband would come. Xueqi suddenly thought of a person, a young heavenly god. Although Xueqi hadn't seen Lin Xian in all these years, she had heard all kinds of legends about Lin Xian. Killing the crown prince, sweeping through the monarch race, killing the Triple Crown King, one powerful feat after another spread throughout the universe. Xueqi was both happy and worried. The stronger Lin Xian was, the happier she was. However, she was also worried that she wouldn't be able to catch up to him. That was why she hadn't seen him in all these years. Instead, she worked hard to improve herself so that she could catch up to Lin Xian one day and stand beside him. In the twinkling of an eye, 3 days passed. The woman from the Devouring Shadow clan couldn't bear it any longer. He snorted coldly, "I'm going to attack." He controlled more than 100 experts and walked forward. Xueqi also opened her eyes and activated the 9 Yin divine body. Instantly, a terrifying wind and snow swayed, and the frost in the sky turned into terrifying blue claws that slashed toward them. These sharp claws appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and they instantly left countless bloody wounds on the bodies of the more than 100 experts. Many of their bodies were directly torn apart. It's so terrifying. As expected of the 9 Yin divine body, the woman from the Devouring Shadow clan snorted coldly and said, "Senior brother, help me." The other person sneered coldly. He also urged more than 100 people to move quickly. At the same time, an even more terrifying power appeared. Xueqi shouted angrily and waved her palms, which turned into ice and snow claws to contend against it. At the same time, the ice and snow in the sky were swept up by him and turned into boundless ice and snow. The ice and snow turned into a sea that surged toward them. The confrontation between the two sides was earth-shattering. Hateful. I can't even take it down. The woman was infuriated. "Senior brother, please attack. The game is over." A cold snort transmitted from the sky, and a black shadow appeared suddenly. He spread out his hands and covered the sky. In an instant, the sky turned dark. Not good. Xueqi's expression changed drastically, and she quickly flew toward the depths of the glacier. She had no choice, as this black shadow was the Triple Crown King, and he was the one who had injured her. Bang! An intense, rumbling sound echoed out, and the whole glacier shook. At this moment, the people in the quintessential world raised their heads and looked at the sky. They discovered that half of the world was covered by ice and snow, and it was spreading quickly. It seemed like it was going to freeze the whole world. It's too terrifying. What kind of person is attacking us? It's definitely the ice god. However, I can still feel an even more terrifying and gloomy power. Is that power the power that's controlling the quintessential world in secret? It's said that many holy lands have already been controlled. Some sects and clans were discussing this, and even the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty's Immortal Foundation experts furrowed their brows. They were also affected, and many of them even activated the ancient power left behind by the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. Only then could they resist it. The void in the quintessential world fluctuated, and a figure appeared. It was Lin Xian. After Lin Xian came out, he sensed that the sky was filled with ice and snow, as well as the terrifying Triple Crown Wangli. His expression changed drastically, and in the next instant, a golden radiance burst out of his eyes and tore through the 9 heavens. Xueqi is in danger. He shouted angrily, and a pair of black wings appeared on his back. The wings spread out, and they tore through the 9 heavens. His speed was extremely fast. At this moment, not only was there ice and snow, but there was also a fierce wind. This was a storm brought about by the demonic god wings. It swept across 1,000,000 miles. Countless people raised their heads to look at the sky, and they saw a black lightning bolt disappear instantly. Heavens! What is this? The Holy Land's divine ancestors raised their heads to look at the sky, and their pupils contracted. Some living fossils were so scared that their scalps went numb. What kind of speed is this? Did some shocking expert descend on the quintessential world? It should be known that there were many divine ancestors in the quintessential world. There were even some powerhouses who had awakened from their slumber. After all, this world was also very mysterious. However, these powerhouses were still shocked. One could only imagine. How terrifying was the person who was flying in the sky. Chapter 5572. A great battle was still raging on the glacier, and blood had already dyed the glacier red. Humph! Humph! You have the Nining body. Don't resist. You are no match for me. The woman sneered coldly. The man also snorted coldly. We will capture you and use you for us. The mysterious Triple Crown champion in the sky also said that everything had come to an end. He started to form hand seals. All of a sudden, Xueqi's shadow started to sway rapidly. It seemed like she was about to lose control of his body. Xueqi stopped abruptly, and she used her 9 divine body to its pinnacle to block the attack. However, she felt that she couldn't resist him any longer. This was because the Triple Crown champion was descending from the sky. Not good. Am I going to be controlled? Despair appeared in her eyes. All of a sudden, the void in the distance shattered, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. This aura caused the whole glacier to sway, and countless icebergs were shattered. The bodies of the Holy Land's experts who were being controlled started to shiver. Even the pupils of the shadow devourers shrank abruptly. They turned their heads around. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura! Xueqi also raised her head, and when she sensed the scorching power, she was shocked. She couldn't help but smile. Her husband is here. The shadow devourers furrowed their brows. Even the Triple Crown champion's expression became gloomy. This was because the person who had just arrived was extremely powerful. Hateful. The woman gnashed her teeth. The other man said, "So what? No matter how strong he is, can he be a match for our senior brother?" He was very confident in their eldest senior brother. He was the Triple Crown champion, and he could control thousands of experts. Such power could easily destroy several worlds, and he could even take down peerless factions and remote antiquity families. This was their senior brother, and he was extremely terrifying. This was why it didn't matter who this person was. As they spoke, the bolt of lightning in front of them had already arrived. A man appeared in the sky. His body was shrouded in golden flames and black demonic energy. They revolved around each other, and he seemed extremely mysterious. After he arrived, he looked down. His gaze swept past the thousands of people, and he looked at a woman. When he saw Xueqi, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Xueqi was injured, she was still under control. He had suffered a great deal. Lin Xian descended and went to Xueqi's side. "I've made you suffer." He took out a drop of life divine spring water and fused it with Xueqi's body. Xueqi's injuries were instantly healed. This scene shocked the surrounding people, especially the shadow devourer, whose pupils shrank. The woman sneered. What a strong recovery ability. It seemed like this person had a treasure on him. Humph! No matter what it is, it will be ours in the end. I also felt that this person's physique was very strong, so I controlled him. The second senior brother, who had spoken, was also brimming with confidence. This time, the 3 of them had swept through countless holy lands. Therefore, they completely disregarded the person in front of them. Xueqi's eyes were also red as she said, "You've finally come. I thought you weren't coming." Lin Xian said, "How could it be? When I saw your signal, I immediately rushed over. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. I won't let you be in danger again." Xueqi nodded, but she still said, "Be careful, these people are very strange. They seem to be able to control experts with their shadows." Lin Xian chuckled. "Don't worry, isn't it just a shadow devourer? It isn't a big deal." When these words were spoken, the second senior brother's pupils shrank. "You know us." Even the junior sister was startled. "It seems like you know a lot. Who are you? Tell me your name, as I won't kill nameless people." "Nameless?" Lin Xian chuckled. "You are too stupid. There isn't anyone in the world who doesn't know me. Instead, it's you who are like ants. Prepare to die." "Hateful, you dare to call me an ant?" The junior sister sneered. "Do you know me? I'm the Shadow Witch. Do you see the hundreds of people around me? They are all under my control, and they are all the Holy Land's super experts. Tell me, who are you?" "Me. Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and spoke arrogantly. Lin Wudi, Lin Wudi. The shadow witch sneered coldly, and the second senior brother next to her also snorted coldly. You're really an idiot. Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself invincible? The universe is vast. How many experts have you seen? Even our eldest senior brother doesn't dare to call himself invincible. You! That's right, I'm invincible. Lin Xian snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and a sword qi slashed forward. The sword was so fast, and the angle was so strange that it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it, how dare you attack me? The second senior brother roared. He controlled hundreds of experts and charged over. These experts from the Holy Lands used the 5 elements laws, terrifying saber light and terrifying array formations. The sword qi that filled the sky also charged over quickly. They charged towards Lin Xian. A violent explosion sounded. At the same time, a shadow flashed quickly under the ground and appeared behind Lin Xian. He shrouded Lin Xian's shadow. Lin Wudi, you are just an ant. Let me show you what a true expert is. He formed a seal with his palm. As long as he controlled the other party's shadow, the person in front of him would be an ant. If he asked the other party to kneel, the other party would have to kneel. He could control the other party's life and death. Lin Xian's shadow shook violently as well. It was as if it had turned into a large black net that enveloped Lin Xian's body. Kid, go to hell. Be suppressed. Seeing this, the dark witch smiled. Her second senior brother's move was called the shadow binding net. Even a sacred lord wouldn't be able to escape easily. Therefore, the young man in front of her would definitely die. Xueqi, who was next to her, exclaimed, Be careful, husband. Although Lin Xian was famous in the universe for being powerful, these shadow devourers were too strange. She had never heard of controlling a shadow. Moreover, her second senior brother was already so terrifying. There was also a Triple Crown champion here. Therefore, she started to worry about Lin Xian. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He allowed the large black net to envelop him. In the next moment, he turned his head and said, Aunt, let me show you what invincible power is. Lin Xian raised his arm. Endless sword, qi condensed in his hand. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. As soon as he spoke, the sword qi slashed down. It seemed to have turned into a divine sword that could reach the heavens. The biting cold sword light shone in all directions. At this moment, the entire world of ice and frost started to shake. The earth cracked and the void shattered. The sword slashed toward the large shadow net. Boom! The incomparably strange shadow and the binding technique were shattered with a loud bang by the sword. No, the shadow's second senior brother's pupils contracted. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? He turned around and tried to escape. However, it was too late. A divine sword directly enveloped him. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire glacier was split in half. In the true spirit world, countless people looked up at the sky. They were terrified. What happened? Did a sword god descend? Why do I feel like the whole world has been split open? Countless people exclaimed. At the same time, they were shocked. Is it that super figure from before? They didn't know. They didn't even dare to go over and look. They could only guess. Above the glacier, the ground cracked open, and endless ice and frost danced in the air. The powerhouses of the surrounding holy lands were also shocked. The shadow witch was even more scared. She was dumbfounded. What's going on? Where is my second senior brother? At this moment, there was no second senior brother. That shadow's soul had already been destroyed. He had been killed by a sword. Chapter 5573. The death of Devouring Shadow's second senior brother was unbelievable. The Shadow Witch was stunned. That was her second senior brother. He was extremely powerful in the Devouring Shadow clan and had reached the divine ancestor realm. To be able to control 500 experts was as easy as blowing off dust. How terrifying was such a person? But now he was dead. He was killed by someone. He couldn't even escape in time. What kind of sword skill was that? The experts from the Saint Lands felt their scalps go numb. Although they were controlled, they were still conscious. They just couldn't resist. At this moment, when they saw this sword, they were all astonished. Even the eldest senior brother in the sky, the Triple Crown champion, was frowning deeply. That sword made him feel a sense of danger. Did he kill them? Xueqi's eyes widened. Then a smile appeared on her face. That's great, as expected of my husband. She was completely relieved. Although the Devourers were terrifying, they were still no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly after he killed the Devouring Shadow, "Do you understand? This is invincible power." After saying that, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the Shadow Witch. "Do you want to feel the power of invincibility?" The Shadow Witch was so frightened that she almost knelt on the ground. Her face turned pale. At this moment, the world was silent. Everyone seemed to lower their heads under Lin Xian's gaze. No one dared to resist. But at this moment, a cold snort came from the 9 heavens. "Kid, you have guts. How dare you kill someone from the Devouring Shadow clan? You're dead meat." The one who spoke was the eldest senior brother in the sky, the Triple Crown King. To be honest, he didn't pay much attention to Lin Xian when he first came. In his opinion, his junior brother could control the situation and kill Lin Xian easily. But when the sword slashed out, he was stunned. He wanted to save his junior brother, but it was too late. So his junior brother was killed with a single sword. How could he not be angry? His junior brother died in front of him. How was he going to explain it when he returned? This kid didn't put their Devouring Shadow clan in his eyes at all. Shadowless's face was extremely gloomy. As the triple champion, he had to take revenge. With a single roar, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire world was plunged into darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. It was like the end of the world. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The divine flames on his body flickered and transformed into 9 suns that were fixed between heaven and earth. The world that was originally dark became completely bright, even brighter than the day. This scene caused the surrounding cultivators from the Holy Lands to gasp. This was a divine body. The 9-young divine body was vast and boundless. At this moment, the surrounding world of ice and frost was melting nonstop. Lin Xian said, "Is winning the Triple Crown that great?" It wasn't like he hadn't killed one before. After saying that, he stared at the Dark Witch again and said, "Don't worry. I won't let any of your Devouring Shadow clan off." Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Dark Witch's pupils shrank. Her entire body was covered in cold sweat. Damn it. What kind of eyes were those? It was as if a god was looking down at her. At this moment, she felt like an ant that could be slapped to death by the other party. More importantly, the other party wanted to kill her. In front of his eldest senior brother, the other party had killed his second senior brother and wanted to kill him. Damn it. Save me, eldest senior brother. As he roared, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the hundreds of cultivators from the Holy Lands to charge forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already completed many actions. He had already retreated to the back. The cultivators in front had already surrounded the other party. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram! 9 suns opened the sky. Both of his palms struck out. 9 suns exploded, and the hundreds of cultivators around were all sent flying. In the next moment, Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net. He was extremely powerful. His physique instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Dark Witch. A pair of cold eyes stared at the other party. How was this possible? The Dark Witch was completely dumbfounded. This speed and strength had completely surpassed her. She was no match for the other party at all, especially when she saw the other party raise his arm again. She roared crazily. Damn it, she had really gone crazy. She began to burn her life force. Shadow kill, inescapable net. This was the ultimate technique of the devouring Shadow clan. It was a forbidden technique. It was extremely terrifying. However, the price was also very high. After using it, her realm would drop and she would be seriously injured. It could be said that both sides would suffer. However, at the most critical moment, the Dark Witch couldn't care less. Even if she died, she had to kill the other party. Her body split open in an instant, turning into thousands of shadows. Then they covered the sky and formed an inescapable net. Every shadow clone transformed into a sharp blade, and tens of thousands of sharp blades slashed out together. Shadow kill, shadowless heaven's net. It was extremely terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the hundreds of cultivators from the Holy Lands. This time you should be dead. You want to kill me? You have to pay the price. In her opinion, as long as the person in front of her retreated, she could live. If the other party escaped, she would be seriously injured by the backlash of the technique. However, her senior brother would also make a move in the next instant, so it was worth it. However, what surprised her was that Lin Xian didn't have any intention of escaping. He just stood in the middle of the inescapable net. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Does he really want to die together with me? The Dark Witch gritted her teeth. Damn it, then let's go to hell together. She roared crazily. Thousands of shadow blades covered the sky and the earth. They attacked Lin Xian from all directions. They hit Lin Xian's body, making earth-shattering sounds. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Haha, go to hell. I'll let you suffer thousands of arrows, piercing your heart. The Dark Witch laughed sinisterly. However, her laughter soon stopped. She even became terrified. How was this possible? She was stunned, because she realized that the situation was completely different from what she had imagined. Her thousands of shadow blades hit the other party's body, but they couldn't break through the other party's defense at all. Instead, they were all repelled by the other party. What kind of physique was this? It was too strong. Even a sacred lord would die from this attack, but the other party wasn't even injured. Impossible, I don't believe it. Was this the legendary Great Emperor's physique? It was hard for her to imagine that a young man's physique could be so strong. Was this the strongest attack that you used with your life on the line? It was only S.O. Lin Xian shook his head. His divine body trembled, and divine fire swept out. The surrounding shadow blades were all shattered. The Dark Witch was also sent flying. She spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and countless cracks appeared on her body. Her strength was rapidly decreasing, and she was suffering from the backlash of the technique. However, she only had one thought at this moment, and that was to use all her remaining strength to escape. The person in front of her was a demon god. She definitely couldn't resist. It was too terrifying. You want to escape? It's useless. You can't escape under my control. Lin Xian's body was covered in demonic qi. He stretched out a palm, and a cold voice sounded. Demonic Path, crush! Chapter 5574. Lin Xian stretched out his palm, turning it into a large black millstone that fell without stopping. It instantly enveloped the Shadow Witch. The millstone spun at high speed, shattering the entire void. It was directly pierced through, connecting the universe to darkness. How could the Shadow Witch resist it? Under this attack, her body was shattered into pieces, and her soul was destroyed. Another insta-kill. The surrounding experts were terrified. The person in front of them was too terrifying. Lin Wudi, was he the legendary person? It was indeed him. Only he could be so terrifying. After the two shadow devourers died, the control on these people was also lifted. At this moment, they were incomparably terrified. These experts combined were not a match for the two of them. However, the two of them were killed by Lin Xian in 2 moves. This was a true peerless expert. In the past, these people had only heard of Lin Wudi's name, but they had rarely seen him. Now they finally saw the godlike young man clearly. They worshipped him in their hearts. This was true invincibility. Up in the sky, shadowless, the Triple Crown King was trembling with anger. Damn it! Even his junior sister was killed. Damn Lin Wudi, I don't care who you are. You're dead. Not only will I kill you, but I will also control your family. I will control your sect and sect. I will turn all of you into puppets. Kneel at my feet. I will avenge my junior brothers and sisters. He roared angrily and quickly rushed down. Lin Xian was cold. Humph! 9 suns swept across the sky, shining in all directions. The two collided, setting off a shocking storm. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, "Why aren't you scramming?" The experts from the Holy Lands trembled, and in the next moment they bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lin Gongzi." "Lin Gongzi, we had no choice. Please forgive us, young master. We will leave now." After the controlled people regained their freedom, they quickly left. At this moment, the 9 suns in the sky slowly disappeared. Although he blocked Shadowless's attack, Shadowless used his strange movement technique to land on the ground. He stared at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, I will make you regret this." He quickly rushed over. Although Lin Xian killed his junior brothers and sisters in 2 moves, Shadowless was not afraid. His junior brothers and sisters were the strongest, but they were only double crown kings. If he wanted to kill them, it would only take 2 moves. In his opinion, although the person in front of him was strong, he was still no match for him. After all, he was the senior brother of the Shadow Clan. With a raise of his hand, he could control thousands of martial arts experts. How could the other party compare to such a method? Husband, you have to be careful. His strength is even stronger than the previous 2 combined. Xueqi also retreated to the rear and quickly reminded him, "Don't worry, I know. He didn't take me seriously. Shadowless, he didn't take Lin Xueyu. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Very soon, I will let you know how powerful I am." After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The surrounding people were shocked. Was this Shadowless? Shadowless and formless. He could instantly capture your soul and control you. In an instant, an invisible hand grabbed Lin Xian's shadow. Then he said, "I will show you the real shadow control technique." He snorted coldly. Lin Xian's shadow seemed to turn into hundreds of chains that shrouded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body was bound. In fact, it even swept toward his hands and head. In the next instant, Lin Xian was completely sealed. "Kid, go to hell." After doing all this, Shadowless's figure appeared. His entire being was like a shadow standing in the void, constantly swapping between each other. A shadow sword appeared in his hand. The black sword pierced forward. With a boom, the sword pierced Lin Xian. It pierced through him. "Ha!" Shadowless looked up to the sky and laughed. Success, success. He wouldn't let him die so easily. He would torture him for thousands of years and make him wish he was dead. Then came the 2nd and 3rd sword. He was very proud of himself after dozens of sword strikes. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. "How is it? Are you happy? But this is just a dream. It's time to wake up." As the voice fell, Lin Xian's body suddenly split open. Not only Lin Xian's body, but the surrounding scenery also cracked and scattered like glass. Shadowless's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he spat out blood. His face turned pale. He held his head with both hands and screamed. His soul cracked open. "Damn it, that was an illusion just now. I actually fell for your illusion." As the Triple Crown champion, he naturally knew what had happened. But everything was too real. He didn't recognize that it was an illusion. That was impossible. He gritted his teeth and tried to look up. His eyes were red as he stared straight ahead. "I used the Shadowless movement technique just now. No one among the sacred lords can find it. Even the Triple Crown champion can't find it. How did you find me? And you can make me fall for your illusion? He was incomparably shocked by this point. Lin Xian smiled. There were strong and weak Triple Crown champions. Plus, I've killed the Triple Crown champion before. He was even stronger than you. You're just strange and can control other experts. If you don't have that, you're no different from a piece of trash. What did you say? How dare you look down on me? Shadowless roared. Who was he? He could destroy a clan of the ancients by himself. How terrifying was such a method? But now he was actually being looked down upon by others. Die. Shadowless split the sky. Shadow splitting light. Shadowless's body disappeared again. At the same time, the world continued to shatter. Not only that, but the light in the surroundings dimmed again. It was as if nothing could be seen. Clearly, this move was resisting Lin Xian's soul eye technique. Although the Saint Emperors in the distance had retreated, they were still extremely terrified when they saw what was happening. One had to admit that Shadowless's moves were too powerful. Lin Xian was enveloped by the terrifying power, but his lips curled into a smile. I've said it before. There are strong and weak Triple Crown champions. You're too weak. You're the weakest Triple Crown champion I've ever seen, so you're not my match. With that, Lin Xian raised his arm and condensed a sword again. I have a sword that can cut through the underworld. The sword fell, and the ground shattered. It was as if the underworld had been split open. The world was also split open. The darkness disappeared and light reappeared. Shadowless's body was erratic, but he was still sent flying by the sword and spat out blood. His body was split in half and couldn't heal at all. Chapter 55:75. A figure flew out and crashed into an iceberg. Endless ice and snow danced in the sky. The sacred body experts in the distance were stunned when they saw this scene. What just happened? They couldn't see anything. With their strength, they could only hear the sound. Only when Shadowless retreated did they see him. However, when they finished reading it, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Shadowless was split in half by a sword. That's impossible. The surrounding people went crazy. They couldn't even see where Shadowless was, let alone hit him. And Shadowless was a Triple Crown champion. At this moment, even the other powerhouses of the quintessential world rushed over. There were some new rising geniuses, some old Saint Lords, and living fossils. They didn't get close. Instead, they stood far away and watched. After all, the previous battle was a Triple Crown champion's battle power. It was so terrifying that it spread throughout the world. One of the living fossils said with a frown, Shadowless was a Triple Crown champion, and his super strong movement technique was extremely strange. Even if he was also a Triple Crown champion, he couldn't injure him with a single sword. Beside him was a genius with a long sword on his back. He was a newly risen genius, and his strength was extremely terrifying. He said, That's impossible. Sword Chi couldn't do it. Lin Wuti must have a super powerful weapon. Didn't they say he had an extreme weapon? Maybe he used the extreme weapon's power. They had no choice but to guess. This was because Lin Xian's strength had completely exceeded their knowledge. They had never seen such a powerful person before. Shadowless let out a miserable cry from the crack in the glacier. He was split in half and couldn't heal. The sword Chi was so sharp that he wanted to die. The two halves of his body kept shaking. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. She rushed over crazily. The next moment, a black net flew out of the two halves. Seeing this, the Sacred Land powerhouses shook their heads. Shadow binding net? It was useless. This move didn't work on Lin Wuti. However, the pupils of the older living fossils shrank. No, it's a weapon. It's a super powerful weapon. I feel fear. Sure enough, the sacred artifacts of the surrounding people began to shake violently. He couldn't help but want to submit. Brat, this weapon is the sacred weapon of our devouring shadow clan. Immortal binding net said that it can even trap immortals. Let's see how you can escape. Shadowless laughed complacently. This was his trump card. The other people's pupils shrank when they heard this. A few living fossils said, Immortal binding net, I seem to have heard of it before. It is an extremely terrifying weapon. As long as one was trapped, one would be completely suppressed, no matter how strong one was. Then Lin Wudi would be in danger. Unless he was a quasi-emperor, he might be able to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely be suppressed. Countless cries of surprise rang out. Shadowless was very fast. With a wave of his hand, the immortal binding net flew out. The immortal binding net floated between heaven and earth. Although it was only a few meters wide, it caused the entire world to shake violently. It's over. This young man is dead for sure. He didn't expect Shadowless to have such a terrifying weapon. Countless people shook their heads and sighed. Look, Lin Wudi didn't run away at all. What was he doing? Was he going to use an extreme weapon? Countless people guessed. Some people also said that they didn't feel the power of an extreme weapon until now. Did he not bring it with him? If he didn't bring an extreme weapon, he would be dead for sure. Husband! Xueqi also exclaimed. He was also surprised. Why didn't Lin Xian run away? After all, this weapon was too powerful. Lin Xian didn't run away and allowed the immortal binding net to fall. Kid, you stupid thing. Do you think you can compete with the immortal binding net with your strength? Shadowless laughed complacently. He seemed to have seen victory. Lin Xian looked calm. Immortal binding net? You want to bind an immortal? You are just an ant. How do you know the power of an immortal? Now, I will show you a power that you have never seen before. A flame appeared between Lin Xian's brows. It was the divine flame seed. The immortal binding net only had a scary name. It couldn't withstand a single blow from a real immortal. It couldn't even trap a quasi-emperor, let alone an immortal. Lin Xian was going to use the power of the divine flame to show his opponent what it meant to surpass everything. What was Lin Wudi doing? Was he going to use his divine body to fight? No matter how strong his divine body of Nanyang was, it couldn't withstand the immortal binding net. The surrounding experts all sighed. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. The divine flame flickered quickly and flew toward the net. When the flame appeared, everyone's souls trembled. The living fossils of the older generation were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. Heavens, what kind of power is this? Why do I feel so terrified? This is a power that surpasses everything. The eyes of countless living fossils turned red. This power was beyond them. It was an existence that they looked up to. What kind of feeling was this? They had only seen it on some legendary figures. Why did they see it in a young man at this moment? Could it be that Lin Wudi had taken that step? Impossible. They shook their heads frantically. It's useless. Your flame can't block it. Shadowless sneered. However, when the flame appeared, Shadowless stopped smiling. He was also terrified. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? This is impossible. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. At this moment, his confidence was shaken. He was even worried. Would the immortal binding net be able to withstand such flames? In the next moment, under the gaze of countless people, the divine flame landed on the immortal binding net. In the next moment, the immortal binding net shook violently and then broke from the middle. No! A shrill cry rang out. The others were dumbfounded. The immortal binding net was said to be able to bind everything in the world. Even immortals had to retreat, but at this moment it was interrupted by a flame. This scene was absolutely shocking. It wasn't over yet. Under the flame, the immortal binding net first broke and then quickly cracked. In the end, it turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. It disappeared. This legendary sacred weapon was actually directly hit by Lin Xian and disappeared. Damn it! Shadowless's broken body quickly ran away. Very smart, the two halves of his body fled in 2 different directions. In an instant, he was above the 9 heavens. Above his head was the universe's starry sky. He turned his head to look down and said, coldly, "Lin Woody, right? I'll remember you. When I go back, I'll lead the absolute power of the devouring Shadow Clan to crush you. You and your companions. Wait for your death." After saying that, his figure disappeared into the starry sky. Oh no, I let him escape. It's over. Lin Woody will be in trouble in the future. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. There was a terrifying light in his eyes flickering. On his forehead, the mark of the divine flame became even brighter. Then, the divine flame and the Rinnegan merged, emitting an extremely terrifying flame light. Chapter 5576. Wherever his gaze landed, the universe would be destroyed. Shadowless escaped into the universe and laughed proudly. This time, when he returned, he would definitely take revenge. He would return the pain he had suffered today 100 times. No, 10,000 times over. However, at that moment, a ray of light shot out from below and enveloped him like a divine rainbow. No, he screamed miserably. This was the divine flame. If even the immortal binding net could be destroyed, what more him? He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. What made him even more terrified was that he could sense that the other half of his body was also being attacked by this divine flame. Could it be that he was going to die here today? When he thought of this possibility, he was terrified. He wanted to ask for help and even beg Lin Xian for mercy. However, before he could say anything, he turned into ashes and scattered in the darkness of the universe. Had he died? Countless powerhouses and divine ancestors in the quintessential world looked up at the sky. When they saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. With a single glance, a Triple Crown champion had been destroyed. What kind of power was this? The newly risen geniuses were terrified. The older generation's living fossils also felt their scalps go numb. In their hearts, the Triple Crown champion was a high and mighty existence. He was even their idol. However, such a person had been defeated so easily. There was even a young genius with a long sword on his back who shook his head frantically. That's impossible. I must be dreaming. How could someone be so strong? Could he have surpassed the Triple Crown champion? The living fossils were also shocked. This power seemed to surpass everything. It seemed like Lin Woody wasn't far from the Boundary Emperor realm. Previously, when they heard that he had killed the Triple Crown champion, they didn't believe it. Now it seems like he had killed him easily. However, some people frowned. Although Lin Woody was strong, he had offended the ancient tribe. However, this time he had offended a member of the ancient race. Moreover, it was a member of the ancient race that had disappeared for a long time. The devouring Shadow tribe was extremely mysterious and could control the ancient families. If they gathered enough power, they could even control many realms. Would Lin Woody be able to deal with such an existence by himself? When the time came, countless sects and clans would attack the divine union together. Many people shook their heads and sighed at the thought of this. Xueqi was originally very happy. However, when she heard this, she started to worry about Lin Xian. "Husband, I'm the one who harmed you." Xueqi was filled with regret. Lin Xian said, "It's fine, there's no need to listen to them." So what if they were from the devouring Shadow Clan? Let alone a Triple Crown champion. I don't even care about the entire devouring Shadow Clan. If they provoke me, I will make them disappear from the universe again. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. He was no longer a weak youth. Instead, he would grow to become a supreme existence that could stand above the 9 heavens. Was the 10,000 dragon imperial court powerful? Wasn't he still chased away by him? Was the Purple Palace realm powerful? Wasn't the Mountain Gate closed because of him? So what if the Shadow Devourer could control others? Lin Xian's sword could cut through everything. What happened here quickly spread to the entire true spirit world. Those holy lands were also shocked when they heard this. Originally, they had lost all hope when they were being controlled. They didn't expect that someone would save them. The person who had saved them was actually Lin Wudy. More importantly, Lin Wudy hadn't come to save them. He had just casually killed a few devouring Shadow Clan powerhouses. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Some holy lands felt their scalps go numb. It's over. The devouring Shadow Clan is angry. Will they send even stronger people? If that happens, all the holy lands will suffer. They didn't know whether Lin Wudy's arrival was a blessing or a curse. These people were all terrified. Some people also suggested that they should directly join the Divine Union. Let Lin Wudy protect them. This was a good idea. Some holy lands were tempted. Some holy lands gritted their teeth, as they felt that Lin Wudy's actions would implicate them. In an instant, all sorts of discussions were going on. The land of Absolute beginning naturally received the news as well. Lords and elders, Lin Wudy has come to the true spirit world again. What? He's here again? Is he trying to go against us? The strange rocks in the land of Absolute beginning were instantly enraged. Old Zhang, please calm down. He's not targeting us. The aloof woman quickly recounted the events that had transpired. After being slapped in the face by Lin Xian and a few monarch clans, the land of Absolute beginning knew that the current world had changed beyond their imagination. Hence, from then on, they had been frantically collecting information. At least, they would know everything that happened in the true spirit world immediately. They would also do their best to collect information about other worlds. They had long known about the appearance of the Devouring Shadow Clan, but they didn't make a move. The Devouring Shadow Clan couldn't do anything to them. However, Lin Wudy had come and killed the Devouring Shadow Clan. This surprised them. At the same time, they felt that this was an opportunity. This kid was really bold. Last time he brought the Monarch Clan and the Clan of the Ancients. They were so powerful that we couldn't do anything about it. This time he actually came alone. This is a good opportunity for us. The strange rock that was the size of a small mountain said coldly. The heaven-connecting spiritual jade released endless killing intent. Kill him. He couldn't be allowed to live anymore. That was exactly what it wanted. The other round rock also snorted coldly. Last time he was detained by the Monarch clans and had to apologize to Lin Xian. As a supreme existence who had lived for countless years, he had lost all his face. Hence, this time he wanted to take revenge. This Lin Wudy was definitely not simple to be able to kill the Triple Crown King. He should be an extremely terrifying existence among the Triple Crown Kings. Just like that, 2 Triple Crown champions and 4 Double Crown champions were sent over with supreme weapons. They had to take him down. The land of Absolute beginning had made a move this time, and it was a very powerful force. 2 Triple Crown kings. This was unimaginable in any clan or sect. Even the monarch clan's eyelids would twitch wildly. Hence, they were very confident. No matter how strong Lin Wudy was, he could defeat one, but could he defeat 2? On the glacier, Lin Xian wanted to leave with Xueqi. However, at this moment, heaven and earth shook and a monstrous power swept over. Feeling this power, everyone's expression changed drastically. Who was it again? What a terrifying aura. Heavens, why do I feel like I want to kneel down? Could it be that the Devouring Shadow Clan had come to take revenge? Countless terrified voices sounded. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Xueqi was also nervous. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry." He looked up, and his gaze pierced through everything. Then he snorted coldly. It wasn't the Shadow Devourers. It was the people from the land of Absolute Beginning. The land of Absolute Beginning. Xueqi was shocked again. This was also a forbidden land in the mortal world, and it was even more terrifying than the Devouring Shadow Clan. What were they doing here? The others were even more terrified. The land of Absolute Beginning was incomparably mysterious in the true spirit world. No one dared to go there. Now that such people had come, were they here to target Lin Xian? Chapter 5577. In the sky, 6 figures descended from the sky. Each of them was extremely powerful. These people carried stone talismans and were extremely mysterious. One of the women had a cold expression, like a high and mighty fairy from the 9 heavens, making countless people look up to her. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. That was because that was the woman he had suppressed. Lin Wudi, do you know your crime? After the people from the land of absolute beginning arrived, they shouted angrily and the others' souls shook. As expected, they were here for Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. The cold woman said coldly, "You killed someone from the Devouring Shadow Clan. The Devouring Shadow Clan will definitely control countless clan experts to kill you. You won't be able to resist at all. Now, the land of absolute beginning will be merciful and give you a chance to live. Obediently kneel and kowtow to the land of absolute beginning, and we can protect your life." As soon as these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. This was indeed a way to save one's life. Some people from the sacred grounds couldn't help but kneel and submit. Lin Xian laughed heartily when he heard that. "You're just a loser. Do you have the right to say such words to me? Last time, I easily suppressed you. If it wasn't for your ancestor pleading for mercy, you would have already gone to hell. What? It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten. Do you want me to help you remember and suppress you again?" A trace of demonic qi appeared on Lin Xian's body. The cold woman was so angry that her entire body trembled. This was the most embarrassing thing for her. But she didn't expect the other party to mention it again, and in front of so many sacred ground experts. "Shut up!" she shouted crazily. The others were also shocked. No way. Lin Wudi had suppressed an expert from a forbidden land? Impossible. The land of absolute beginning was an existence even more terrifying than the Devouring Shadow Clan. However, no one came out of the land of absolute beginning, so they weren't in danger. But that didn't mean that the land of absolute beginning was weak. If one of them came out, they could intimidate the world. Many young people even felt that Lin Wudi was bragging. How could he fight against a supreme existence like the ancient emperor of absolute beginning? Lin Xian smiled. "What? A loss is a loss. You still won't admit it?" The women gritted their teeth. "Last time, I was careless and was ambushed by you. This time, we definitely won't lose again." After that, a man in blood-red armor walked over from afar. This person's entire body was emitting a murderous aura. There was a blood-colored saber in his hand. It was incomparably terrifying. "Lin Wudi, this is the last time I ask you, will you kneel and surrender?" He was none other than the Jade Immortal, formed by the heaven-span spirit Jade. Furthermore, he was a terrifying Jade Immortal, the Triple Crown King. Moreover, it was the sanguine, killing Triple Crown King. In the surroundings, the new geniuses and the older generation experts trembled in fear. Under this murderous intent, they had no power to fight back. At the same time, they were shocked. This blood-red figure was actually a Triple Crown champion. Heavens! As expected of the ancient land of absolute beginning. Any random person that came out was a Triple Crown King. "Just you?" Lin Xian shook his head. "Not long ago, I killed another Triple Crown champion. Do you think you have the right to challenge me?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, although the Triple Crown winner was terrifying, Lin Wudi seemed to be even more terrifying. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose this battle. "Kid, you are very arrogant, but the ancient land of absolute beginning has already expected this. Therefore, this time, 2 Triple Crown champions came." The cold woman sneered. Behind her, another figure walked out. This person was wearing earth armor, and his figure was tall and straight, looking extraordinarily mighty. He carried a war hammer on his back, and every move he made contained boundless power. The surrounding people went crazy. Was this a second Triple Crown champion? The ancient land of absolute beginning had actually sent out 2 Triple Crown champions at the same time. Was this the power of a forbidden land? It was too terrifying. These two people were enough to sweep through the true spirit world. Perhaps even on the Earth burial planet, there was no one who could be a match for these two people. Xueqi's expression also changed. She wasn't worried about one Triple Crown champion. However, when it came to two Triple Crown champions, she was incomparably anxious. He said, "Husband, why don't we leave first? You want to leave? Do you think you can leave?" The cold woman sneered. The King of Earth and the King of Blood walked out, completely cutting off Lin Xian's path. The other four were also Double Crown champions. They displayed their powerful strength and sealed off the surroundings. The people of the sacred land quickly retreated. They were in despair. Two Triple Crown champions, four Double Crown champions. This kind of battle prowess could sweep through everything. No one could stop them. This time, Lin Wuti was really done for. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend a forbidden land. Was this something he could offend? It was said that back then, even the great emperor didn't have the upper hand against the forbidden land. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, could he be stronger than the great emperor? Everyone shook their heads and sighed, not optimistic about Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. Two Triple Crown champions? They were indeed strong. Moreover, it seemed that the ancient land of absolute beginning had learned their lesson. They should have been collecting information about him during this period. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out such a lineup. However, could two Triple Crown champions really stop him? Lin Xian felt that it wasn't enough. The King of Blood Massacre walked out, the battle blade in his hand pointed forward. Under the orders of the Heaven's spiritual jade, I will kill you. Kneel and accept your death. Kid, let's see how you die today. The cold woman behind him sneered. Lin Xian raised his head, the eye of reincarnation shining brightly. Noisy! An ant, a defeated opponent, jumping in front of me time and time again. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The power of reincarnation appeared, and the cold woman instantly hugged her head and screamed. He was taken down from the sky and was severely injured. His soul was torn apart. Ah, kill him quickly. You must kill him. Seeing the scene, the surrounding people went crazy. He was really too strong. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian couldn't beat the people of the ancient land of absolute beginning, and that what he said before was just bragging. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. This cold woman couldn't fight back in front of Lin Xian. Perhaps she really was suppressed before. Remember, in front of me, you really don't have any right to challenge me. Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net, and his speed reached the extreme. At the same time, he arrived beside the cold woman. Azura sword technique, third sword. He stabbed out. This was a fatal blow. The sword directly pierced through her forehead. The cold woman's pupils dilated and she fell to the ground. How dare you! The King of Earth roared and struck out with his battle hammer. The King of Blood Massacre's expression was also ugly. In front of two Triple Crown champions, Lin Xian easily killed a Double Crown champion. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Thinking of this, the King of Blood Massacre slashed out with his blade. The blade energy was shocking, like a blood dragon slashing towards Lin Xian. The power of the Blood Massacre was really too strong. However, Lin Xian laughed. The Heaven's battle map appeared in his hand, and he directly grabbed it. The Heaven's battle map merged with his palm and instantly grabbed the blood blade. Chapter 5578. This blade was extremely terrifying, but it was caught by Lin Xian. This scene shocked everyone. The King of Blood, Fiends, also roared. He wanted to break Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to hurt me? Ridiculous. The divine flame flew out from his palm. The mark of the divine flame also appeared between his eyebrows. This time, the power of the flame was extremely terrifying. The blood blade actually started to melt. Then it broke into two. Boom! With a loud sound, the King of Blood Fiends' blade flew out. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was completely stunned. His blood blade actually broke. Damn it, how is this possible? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They already knew that this would happen. One had to know that the immortal binding net had already melted, let alone this blood blade. However, the few people from the ancient land of absolute beginning were incomparably shocked. One had to know that the king of blood fiends was the Triple Crown King. The killing intent on his body was extremely shocking, but now he was at a disadvantage right from the start. This really shocked them. The King of Earth walked over and said, "Don't fight him alone. He's extremely terrifying. Let's work together and take out our supreme weapons." After saying that, the King of Earth waved his hand. A huge cauldron appeared in his hand. It was a huge cauldron condensed from rocks. There were actually cracks on it. However, its power was really too terrifying. The moment it appeared, it swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The surrounding people were so frightened that their scalps went numb. They were incomparably terrified. What kind of power was this? Could it be an extreme weapon? No, I've seen extreme weapons before. I felt their power. It wasn't like this. A living fossil cried out in alarm. This should be a weapon unique to the forbidden land of life. Its power should be similar to an extreme weapon. What? The forbidden land of life was actually so terrifying. No wonder the Dharch had a headache in the past. After the stone cauldron appeared, it emitted a heavy power that shattered heaven and earth. Many spectators spat out blood and were sent flying. They were pushed far away and only dared to watch through the formation. Xue Qi also felt a huge pressure. She shouted angrily, and the surrounding ice energy condensed around her to form a defense. However, the ice continued to shatter. Xue Qi also kept retreating. Lin Xian's figure flashed and arrived beside him. Zhang Xian flicked his sleeves, and the heaven-devouring jar flew out. A black vortex emerged from it, blotting out the sky. It blocked the other party's Supreme Being aura. Boom! The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. This was a true apex weapon. After those people in the distance saw this, they cried out in alarm. They had indeed felt the power of the extreme Tao. "I'm afraid it's impossible for you to fight against me with just a supreme weapon." Lin Xian smirked after blocking the opponent's supreme weapon. "What do you plan to do next?" "Let's work together." The King of Earth took a step forward. Even though he was confident in his supreme weapon, if the other party had an extreme weapon, there was nothing he could do. However, with their lineup and trump cards, they could definitely kill the other party. The King of Sanguinity also walked over. The long saber was broken, but the murderous aura on his body became even more shocking. "Kid, I'm going to use your blood as a sacrifice to my saber." An endless sea of blood appeared in his hand, sweeping through the 9 heavens. On the other side, the King of Earth took out his war hammer. The other Double Crown champions also formed seals with their palms. They were in charge of long-range attacks. Boom! Kill! With a roar, the sea of blood that filled the sky surged. Terrifying murderous aura swept through the 9 provinces. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, the King of Earth also made his move. The 2 Triple Crown champions charged over together. There were countless arrays around them that covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His expression was incomparably solemn. He split the sky with one hand and condensed a long sword with the other, sweeping it in all directions. He wanted to fight against the 2 Triple Crown champions with his own strength. Earth-shattering sounds could be heard. The 2 fought earth-shattering. Lin Xian's body and the inheritance of the Demon Emperor were displayed to the extreme. All kinds of demonic aura swept through the 9 heavens. What? He actually blocked it? This was impossible. The spectators were shocked. Even the 2 Triple Crown champions' expressions were incomparably ugly. The 2 of them combined were enough to sweep everything away. But now they couldn't do anything to the other party? Damn it, I don't believe it. Blood Lord Saber technique. With a furious roar, the king of sanguinity's laws condensed on his body, transforming into a blood saber that slashed out. It transformed into a saber. It was extremely terrifying. The power of the saber was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian roared angrily and slashed out with his sword. The two collided and retreated. At this moment, the King of Earth charged over again. Endless power surged from his body. The endless earth was under his control, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's qi and blood were surging. Although the god of 9 suns was terrifying, the two of them were even more terrifying when they joined forces. His qi and blood were surging, and his face became somewhat pale. Humph! With a cold snort, the Rinnegan was instantly activated. The King of Earth also screamed and was pushed back. He gritted his teeth. Defend the soul. The surrounding people carefully defended themselves. Then the battle began again. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 moves had passed. They were actually evenly matched. It was hard to believe. One had to know that the lineup this time far exceeded everything. It was enough to kill anyone below the quasi-emperor realm. But now, they couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. The surrounding people were also shocked. Could it be that they were going to return empty-handed today? It seemed that even the Taichu ancient tomb couldn't do anything. The King of Blood, Fiend, gritted his teeth. I really underestimated you. However, we still have trump cards. What? Trump cards? Those people from the sacred grounds exclaimed. Could it be a second supreme weapon? If that was the case, Lin Xian was really in danger. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. 2 sovereign weapons had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, was there really 2 supreme weapons in the Taichu ancient land? Everyone's eyes were all on the King of Blood Fiend. The King of Blood Fiend sneered. The next moment, he took out a treasure box. It was a blood-red box. Bloody light surrounded it, and it was extremely terrifying. It had a monstrous killing intent. It made people feel like their soul was about to split open. He also took a deep breath and was incomparably respectful. He also slowly opened it. There were a few drops of blood flying inside. What was this? Could it be the blood of a great emperor? It couldn't be, right? We can't withstand the blood of a great emperor. But even if it wasn't the blood of a great emperor, it was still extremely terrifying. 1 drop could penetrate any expert. I feel that only a true quasi-emperor would be able to contend against it. I wonder what this Lin Wudi is going to do. Seeing this scene, the King of Earth smiled. He controlled the supreme weapon to block the heaven-swallowing jar with all his might. This kid doesn't have the supreme weapon. Let's see how you block it. The King of Blood Fiend said, Lin Wudi, I know you're powerful. But these 9 drops of blood were condensed by the heaven-connecting spiritual jade and formed the all-transformations blood. They were refined by fusing the bloodlines of countless experts. It's not something you can contend against. Chapter 5579. The drops of 10,000 transformations, blood, flew up in the air and flew toward Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! They were like 9 blood-red suns, and they revolved around him. Lad, you can die peacefully. Both of you will turn into a puddle of blood under this power, and you will cease to exist. Run away quickly. The people who were watching the battle from afar also started to run away quickly. This was because some people's bodies had already split open and turned into blood. This power was too terrifying, and it made their scalps go numb. This was enough to show how terrifying the 10,000 transformations blood was. Shui Qi's body swayed, and she could feel the ice on her body melting quickly. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. 10,000 transformation snow. This sky spiritual jade was really strange. He also felt the blood in his body rumble, and it seemed like it was about to melt. He snorted coldly, and sword energy surged out of his body, and he slashed his surroundings to cut off this terrifying, melting power. However, the 9 drops of 10,000 transformations blood were too terrifying, and they were scattered. Lin Xian couldn't destroy them all with a single sword strike. Lad, it's useless. The King of Blood Massacre sneered coldly. Before coming here, Lord Spirit Jade had already said that even a true Boundary Emperor would have to run away when facing this attack. It would be extremely difficult to dissolve it, let alone someone like you. You're just a Saint Lord, and you're even stronger than ordinary Triple Crown winners. However, you're still far from a true Boundary Emperor. So this time I want to see how you'll die. As he spoke, the 9 drops of 10,000 transformations, blood in the sky, started to condense and take shape. They charged forward, and each drop of blood seemed to have turned into a sword that pierced through the 9 heavens. The aura they carried was too terrifying. At this moment, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the Azura hell had reappeared. Xue Qi quickly retreated. Lin Xian's expression turned cold, and he came to Xue Qi's side and said, "Use your 9 body with all your strength." Xue Qi was taken aback, and she nodded. She knew what Lin Xian wanted to do. This was why she used her 9 body with all her strength. She seemed to have turned into a god of ice, and a torrent of ice and snow rose up in the glacier. It was useless. There was no way to freeze it. Lin Xian ignored him. He also unleashed the terrifying 9-yang divine body. Half of his body turned into flames that engulfed the surroundings. Do you still want to burn? It's useless. You're no match for me. The blood of all transformations was enough to resolve everything. The 10,000 transformations, blood in the sky, shone brightly, dissolving the ice and flames. The people from the Holy Land shook their heads and sighed. Was Lin Wuti out of ideas? Even though the 2 godly bodies were terrifying, they were still helpless against the all transformations blood. However, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. He asked coldly, 9 yin and 9 yang, which one was weaker and which one was stronger? Xue Qi's expression became grave as she spoke. She then said, Yin and yang will fuse, and he will become the ruler of the world. At this moment, the ice and flames on their bodies actually fused together. With the 2 of them as the center, the terrifying ice and flames spun rapidly. It formed a flame diagram. Kill! The 2 of them joined forces and rushed over. Not good. What kind of power is this? The King of Earth's face changed when he felt this power. He said, "Don't waste any more time. Kill them quickly." The King of Blood Evil's pupils contracted as well. With a roar, the blood of all transformations, blood, rushed down. It turned into 9 blood-colored spears that could pierce through everything. Boom! 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 At this moment, the entire sky of the true spirit world was shattered. Countless living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Some experts from the Holy Land fainted from the shock. They were still very far away. If they were close, they would have turned into blood mist under the residual power of this energy. He wondered if Lin Wuti would be able to withstand it. Some people were worried. There were also some living fossils that were shocked beyond words. 9 yin and 9 yang. Heavens, this was an ancient legend. Could they really do it? Elder, what's this? The young disciple asked. The elders shook their heads. Let's wait for the results of the battle. They didn't dare to make a conclusion so easily. They could only watch from afar. The land of the glacier had completely turned into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. I don't believe that you can break through the blood of all transformations blood. The King of Blood Evil roared crazily. However, there was no smile on his face. That was because he was under immense pressure. 9 transformations, blood of all transformations, blood, were blocked. The power of 9 yin and 9 yang in front of him turned into a flame diagram. It spun like a Tai Chi diagram, another super strong force. 9 yin and 9 yang exploded once again. The transformation's blood was completely covered at this moment. No, the king of blood evil was completely stunned. His pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. This was the blood of all transformations' blood. It was something that even a boundary emperor didn't dare to go against. Could the other party withstand it? And it looked like he was going to break it. Damn it. I don't believe it. Transformations, blood fused. 9 transformations, blood of all transformations, blood, fused quickly and formed a blood-colored spear. The king of blood, evil, held the spear in his hand. Kill. He waved the spear, and an ear-piercing sound came from it. It sounded like thousands of resentful spirits were roaring. It couldn't be helped. The blood of all transformations had melted the blood of countless experts. Naturally, it had endless resentment and killing intent. After this attack, everyone felt that hell had descended. Husband, Xue Qi shouted angrily. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. They fused their palms together. They interlocked their fingers with one hand and slapped forward with the other hand. The power of 9 yin and 9 yang was fused by them at this moment to launch an attack. The blood-colored spear was covered by it, and countless cracks appeared on it. Then it was shattered. The transformation's blood turned into ashes at this moment. No, the king of blood evil was completely stunned. What kind of power is this? He couldn't understand it. He turned around and tried to escape. However, his soul was destroyed by this palm. Puff! The king of earth and the other double crown emperors were also sent flying by this energy. With this attack, the entire glacier was destroyed. The violent explosion lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The power of 9 yin and 9 yang dissipated. Lin Xian and Xue Qi stood in the void and looked down. The experts of the other holy lands in the true spirit world were also shocked. When they saw the scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Was this really caused by 2 youngsters? This attack was definitely not a stupid one. Xue Qi, who was in the sky, was also surprised. Was this his attack? It was too powerful. It surpassed his power by more than 10 times. It was the power of 9 yin and 9 yang. Xue Qi was surprised. There was an ancient legend that if 2 powers fused together, their might would increase by 10 times. The Holy Land's living fossils sighed with emotion. There was a saying in ancient times that once the 9 yin and 9 yang powers fused together, one could become an emperor. No one could rival them. They were so powerful. The Holy Land's youngsters were dumbfounded. At this moment, they looked into the distance with envy. This was a power that surpassed the Saint Realm. Chapter 5580. You actually killed the king of bloody massacre. The king of earth trembled in fear as he looked at the scene in front of him. The faces of the other double crown champions turned pale. Just now, they had been hit by the remnant energy, but they had already suffered heavy injuries. If they had been hit head-on, their fate would have been similar to the triple crown champions. They had been defeated. They had brought so many people with them, but they had still been defeated. Let's go quickly. The king of earth led the remaining survivors and fled quickly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. They still wanted to leave? Demon God Seal. He attacked, and a huge black seal descended from the sky. The king of earth roared and tried to defend himself, but he was still sent flying. As for the other double crown champions, their bodies were torn into pieces. The king of earth vomited blood, and he quickly recalled his supreme weapon to defend himself. The stone cauldron enveloped them, and they wanted to escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and he controlled the heaven-swallowing jar to descend. The heaven-swallowing jar landed on the cauldron, and the supreme weapon shook violently. With a loud boom, the people inside were blasted into pieces. Soul extinguisher! Lin Xian roared again, and the heaven-swallowing jar shot out a beam of black light, which flew into the cauldron. The cauldron flew away, and Lin Xian recalled the heaven-swallowing jar. Isn't husband going to chase after them? Xueqi asked. What if they called for reinforcements? Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, the people inside were already dead. Really? Xueqi was delighted. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and left with Xueqi. Not long after, a crazy roar came from the land of absolute beginning. Lin Wudi, no matter where you run to, I will catch you. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. This voice was filled with boundless killing intent, and it caused the whole world to shake violently. The people in the quintessential world were shocked. It seemed that the people who had escaped were also killed. 2 Triple Crown champions, 4 Double Crown champions. Not a single one of them had managed to leave alive. It seemed that they couldn't offend Lin Wudi. The true spirit world set off a huge storm as legends about Lin Xian spread everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already returned to buried earth. He had returned to the Divine Union. The members of the Divine Union were also waiting. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Xian return. Older brother Xian, that's great, you're back. Murong Qingqing also walked over. When he saw the blue-clothed woman beside Lin Xian, he asked, You must be Sister Xueqi, right? The blue-clothed woman also mentioned Miss Seductress. The 2 sides met and got to know each other. The people of the Divine Union cheered as they waited for them to obtain the true spirit and see what was happening in the world. He was shocked again. The crimson dragon gritted its teeth. This Tai Chu ancient emperor was despicable. The toad also said that the devouring shadow clan was so strange that they could control so many families and sections. Who knew how many people would be controlled in the end? Bai Susu was indeed shocked. Were the 9 yin and 9 yang really so terrifying? Lin Xian asked about what had happened recently. The Golden Crow tribe had also been controlled in the few days he had been away. The toad said the Golden Crow tribe deserves it for going against us. Now they are in trouble. Kid, you mustn't save them. Lin Xian nodded as well. He wouldn't be able to save everyone. He wouldn't care about the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe should be finished. The Golden Crow tribe had indeed been controlled. Only a small number of people had escaped. These people gritted their teeth. How despicable! They were the dignified 10,000 ancient tribes and the legendary mutated beasts of heaven and earth. How could they have ended up like this? They were in despair at the thought of this. The other ancient families also sighed. They knew that it wouldn't be long before they would end up like the Golden Crow tribe. No one knew who could stop them. Now, only the Emperor clan's extreme Dao weapon could stop them. Therefore, they all joined the various Emperor clans to seek protection. Many of them were even willing to join the Divine Union. Lin Xian had asked Bai Susu and the others to make a strict selection. Not every family was qualified to enter. A year's time was almost up. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Now, more and more information was being sent to him. There were new changes every day. It wasn't just Burial Earthstar. The quintessential world, the myriad realms, and the universe were all experiencing new changes. And on this day, an earth-shattering news came. A moon in the universe was originally a planet. However, on this day, it suddenly turned into a jade rabbit. It directly jumped out of the universe. Every step it took shattered the void. The aura it carried made one's scalp tingle. It even carried a trace of Emperor's might. When this news spread to Burial Earthstar, the people on Burial Earthstar went crazy. The moon had turned into a jade rabbit. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying ancient powerhouse. There was actually such a powerhouse hidden around them. Even Lin Xian and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't know what more miraculous things would happen. Now, even if the stone under their feet turned into a powerhouse, these people would probably be able to accept it. Half a month later, another shocking piece of news came. One of the suns in the universe grew wings and turned into a golden crow. Vast flames engulfed the universe. The surrounding endless worlds were shattered. What A sun turning into a golden crow? Wasn't this something that only existed in legends and myths? Had it really appeared? This wasn't an ordinary golden crow. It carried an emperor's might. Could it be a great emperor? Even if it wasn't, it should be a great emperor. There were countless discussions. Everyone went crazy. First, it was a jade rabbit. Now it was a golden crow. What would happen next? 3 days later, the entire burial Earth star was in an uproar. Everyone looked up at the sky. The 9 heavens had turned into a sea of flames. There was actually an additional sun on their side. No, it wasn't a sun. It was a golden crow. The golden crow from before had actually come to burial Earthstar. Could it be the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan? Had he come back to find the Golden Crow clan? Some people guessed. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the sky. His brows were tightly knitted together as he stared at the dazzling sunlight. He cultivated the 9-yang divine body, so he could sense it more clearly than others. It was indeed the power of the sun. Moreover, it was extremely terrifying. It was a great emperor. It seemed that the Golden Crow clan was not done yet. Murong Qingqing, who was next to him, also sighed. As expected, the Golden Crow patriarch had returned to find his clan. When he found out that they were controlled by the Devouring Shadow clan, he was instantly furious. He launched an attack. A great emperor attacked. No matter how strong the Devouring Shadow clan was, they were beaten back. In the end, they took the initiative to beg for mercy. They released the control of the Golden Crow clan and even went to apologize and sent many of their clan's treasures. Only then did the Golden Crow patriarch's anger gradually calm down. The people of the Golden Crow clan were stunned. They originally thought that they would be in despair and become puppets for the rest of their lives. Who would have thought that happiness would come so suddenly? Their Golden Crow clan's patriarch had actually appeared. Chapter 5581. The Awakening of the Golden Crow Ancestor. It shocked the entire burial Earthstar and even spread to the other worlds. After all, even now, a quasi-emperor was a supreme existence. It was something that countless saints would look up to. After the initial shock, the people of the Golden Crow clan were overjoyed. Greetings, ancestor. They knelt on the ground. They knew that they were going to soar. The existence of a quasi-emperor was comparable to the Emperor clan. It was definitely far better than before. Didn't they see that the arrogant Shi-ing clan had personally come to apologize? In fact, they even gave him an endless amount of natural treasures as compensation. When the other ancient families and great sects saw the scene, they were incomparably envious. The Golden Crow clan was really lucky. Do we have any slumbering ancestors in our family? Such a voice sounded in every clan and sect. However, those sect leaders shook their heads and sighed. It was easier said than done. Such a thing could not happen in every clan. The Golden Crow clan was an ancient beast. That was why there was such a quasi-emperor ancestor. The residents of the Golden Crow clan had been destroyed in the battle, but it had long been restored. On the contrary, they had obtained more treasures than before. In one of the great halls, a man was sitting. He was sitting on a throne. Below him were countless experts of the Golden Crow clan, including Elder Zhang and the geniuses. They looked forward with incomparable excitement. Greetings, ancestor. The person sitting in front was the quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow clan. Let's talk about the recent events. The Golden Crow ancestor had just woken up and wanted to know the news of this world. The Golden Crow clan leader roughly told him what had happened in the past 100 years. When he mentioned Lin Wudi, he gritted his teeth. The others also said that Lin Wudi was too despicable. He had killed many of our geniuses and experts. If it weren't for him, we would be much stronger than we are now. Lin Wudi? The Golden Crow ancestor snorted coldly. How dare he call himself invincible? Don't worry, I will kill him. No one can challenge our Golden Crow clan, especially after I returned. Ancestor, be careful. Lin Wudi is not simple. He is now the Triple Crown King and can kill the Triple Crown King. He also has an extreme weapon in his hand, so it won't be easy to kill him. Humph! So what if he's a Triple Crown champion? You guys don't understand the strength of a half-emperor or Zune emperor. He's at least a 5-crown king, so I far surpassed him. There was actually such a thing. The expert of the Golden Crow race gasped. Then they were overjoyed. The difference between a Triple Crown champion and a Quintuple Crown champion was just too great. In other words, Lin Wudy would undoubtedly die if he encountered a quasi-emperor. However, they were still a little worried about the extreme weapons. The Golden Crow patriarch squinted his eyes. A Triple Crown champion actually had an extreme weapon and was not from a great emperor clan. He was really lucky. However, his luck had come to an end. Since I'm looking for a suitable weapon, I'll have him kneel down and offer it to me. Great, the old ancestor was going to make a move on Lin Wudy. This hatred could finally be avenged. The Golden Crows were overjoyed. The Golden Crow patriarch said, "There's no hurry. Inform the world first, and let them come and pay me a visit." As a quasi-emperor, he needed countless clans and sects to submit to him after coming to this world. The Golden Crow patriarch said, "Patriarch, don't worry, we will handle this matter." Soon, the Golden Crow race sent out invitations, inviting the experts and clans of the Tibetan Star and even other worlds to come over for a gathering. Even the clans of the martial monarchs received the same invitation. The people of the Yi family frowned. It seemed that the Golden Crow patriarch wanted to show off his strength. The people of the Gu family snorted coldly. What was there to be arrogant about? Wasn't it just a quasi-emperor? Although that was the case, they were still incomparably envious, because so far their great emperor clan had not produced a quasi-emperor. In fact, there were very few quasi-emperors in the myriad worlds. Previously, there were 2 quasi-emperors, and then 1 or 2 appeared in the Forbidden Land of Life. Therefore, the number of quasi-emperors now could be counted on one hand. Of course, they were supreme existences. For a time, those clans and sects headed to the Golden Crow race. Half a month later, those clans and sects all rushed over. Even the people of the Emperor clan came. The Golden Crow race became incomparably lively. The people of the Golden Crow race were receiving these people. Each of them held their heads high with insufferably arrogance. Those who came did not dare to be angry. After all, there was a real quasi-emperor in front of them. Once a quasi-emperor was angry, he could definitely sweep through everything. After all, after the other party came, the Shadow Devourer clan directly surrendered. One could imagine how shocking this was. There were even rumors that a living quasi-emperor was even more terrifying than an extreme weapon. After all, every time an extreme weapon erupted, it required endless power. Even the Emperor clan could not withstand this power, so they could only passively defend. But quasi-emperors were different, especially those who were alive. A casual strike could cause earth-shattering power. Moreover, if a quasi-emperor wanted to deal with someone, that person would definitely go to hell. This was also why even the Emperor clan was shocked. After all, it was very difficult for them to kill a quasi-emperor. If they failed in one strike, they would be in big trouble. This time, the Golden Crow race's ostentation was very grand. It seemed that it was not a banquet, but to let these people come to pay their respects. The people of the Emperor clan were very dissatisfied. Their faces were dark. However, the other clans and sects were discussing animatedly. Many of them decided to join the Golden Crow race. They sought protection. After all, having a quasi-emperor as a guardian was really too important when the world was changing. No one knew what other 10,000 Archean races would appear. The Jade Man and the Devouring Shadow race were already a headache for them. If another quasi-emperor jumped out from the 10,000 Archean races, they really would not be able to resist. The banquet began. Everyone took their seats. The Golden Crow quasi-emperor walked over. His body carried a vast sun, and flames swept in all directions. Everyone's expressions were tense. They felt that this quasi-emperor was really too terrifying. The Heavenly Saber sect pays their respects to the Golden Crow ancestor. The Earth Fiend sect pays their respects to the Golden Crow ancestor. The Divine Fire sect pays their respects to the Golden Crow ancestor. One after another, the clans and sects came to pay their respects. The only ones who were still sitting were the few Emperor clans. Their faces became even gloomier. The Golden Crow ancestor sat there and waved his hand. "Don't worry, as long as you become my disciples, I will guarantee your safety." "Thank you, Golden Crow ancestor." The powerhouses of these clans were incomparably happy. The Golden Crow ancestors' gaze swept across the Emperor clans. Those Emperor clans felt the power of the sun descend, causing their bodies to stiffen. Damn it, the other party actually dared to show off his strength. With a cold snort, the bloodline of the old phoenix erupted, and a phoenix phantom swept out. A low rumble sounded. The old phoenix stood up and said, "I wonder why the Golden Crow ancestor has asked us to come? If not, we will take our leave." The people of the phoenix race all stood up. Chapter 5582. The Phoenix tribe wanted to leave. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw the scene. However, they soon understood. That was indeed the case. The Phoenix tribe was an Emperor tribe. Now, the Golden Crow tribe was so arrogant that they did not take the Emperor tribe seriously. How could the Phoenix tribe be willing to accept this? Furthermore, the Phoenix tribe was on the Divine Union side. Lin Xian and the Golden Crow tribe did not have a good relationship. Therefore, the other party had already given them face by coming. It was normal for them to want to leave now. When they saw this scene, the eyes of the other Emperor tribe members also flickered. To be honest, they did not want to stay here either. After all, they were high and mighty in other places. However, they were not valued here. Everyone's expression was gloomy. "You want to leave?" The Golden Crow ancestor looked over and snorted coldly. The flames of the sun on his body kept erupting, as if thousands of suns were sweeping forward. The expressions of the Phoenix tribe members changed as they shouted angrily. One after another, Phoenix phantoms soared into the sky. The two collided, tearing the void apart. "Sit down." The Golden Crow ancestor stretched out his hand. Golden claws covered the sky and directly arrived above the Golden Crow tribe. He waved it forcefully. The Golden Crow tribe members felt as if they were being suppressed by 100,000 mountains. Their bodies trembled as they sat down on their seats. It was not that they wanted to sit down, but they were suppressed by this force and could not stand up. Damn it! The Phoenix tribe leader, the old Phoenix, and the others gritted their teeth as their faces turned pale. However, that quasi-emperor power was really too terrifying. They could not resist at all. The others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the people from the Emperor clan's pupils shrunk. One person suppressed the Emperor tribe? Was this the power of the Golden Crow ancestor? He was too powerful. The Golden Crow tribe leader sneered when he saw this scene. "Humph! Everyone who still wants to leave." He looked around and said coldly. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. No one dared to mention this matter again. The Golden Crow ancestor retracted his hand and said coldly, "If you give me face, you will be fine. If anyone dares to not give me face, I will send them to hell." His voice was extremely cold and carried a terrifying killing intent that made one's scalp go numb. Even the Emperor tribe members fell silent when they saw that the surrounding people were afraid. The corners of the Golden Crow patriarch's mouth curled up into a smile. Very good. This was the kind of absolute suppression he wanted. So what if they were from the Emperor clan? Without the age of a great emperor, it was enough to suppress everything. By the way, I heard that there was a genius called Lin Wudi recently. Where is he? Let me see who it is that is so arrogant, daring to call himself invincible. The Golden Crow patriarch spoke again after suppressing the Phoenix clan. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. It was here. Sure enough, the Golden Crow clan would not let Lin Wudi off. These people turned their heads to look at Lin Wuti. However, they soon found that Lin Wuti was nowhere to be seen. That guy didn't come. The Golden Crows were also searching. However, after searching for a while, their faces darkened. That brat didn't come? When the Golden Crow Patriarch learned of the situation, he was also infuriated. He had invited everyone to a banquet, but someone didn't turn up. Was this not giving him face? He had just woken up, and there was already someone who didn't give him face. Moreover, it was a young man. He snorted coldly. How arrogant. You don't even want to come to my banquet. How arrogant. Someone, go and inform him again. Tell him that I'll give him 1 day. If he doesn't come after 1 day, I'll make the divine union disappear. Also, tell him not to think that he can be arrogant just because he has an emperor weapon. I can also borrow one. Yes, Patriarch. The 2 Golden Crow clan elites soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The others were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Wuti only had 2 paths to take this time. He could either bow his head or start a war with the Boundary Emperor. Although Lin Wuti had defeated many elites previously, including the Double Crown King and even Long Mu, those Boundary Emperors weren't Boundary Emperors. A Boundary Emperor was a real Boundary Emperor. A true Boundary Emperor was too terrifying, especially the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, who really had a way to borrow an emperor weapon. After all, Lin Xian had more than one enemy. Lin Xian had offended too many clans previously. However, the other party was too strong and no one could suppress him. Therefore, no one dared to make an enemy out of him. However, if a Boundary Emperor appeared, those enemies might secretly help him. Therefore, how would Lin Wuti choose? They were all very curious. The 2 Golden Crow clan elites soared into the sky and headed towards Holy Abyss Ancient City. They flew through the sky, bringing with them endless flames. Finally, they arrived at Holy Abyss Ancient City. Looking at the Divine Unions building below, one of them shouted loudly, "Lin Wuti, where are you? Come out." His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. In the ancient city, countless people looked up at the sky. Heavens, who dared to scold Lin Wuti? Was this a challenge to the Divine Union? Who would be so daring as to act recklessly? Countless exclamations were heard. They looked up at the sky and were stunned when they saw the 2 Golden Crow clan elites. They were also stunned. It was the Golden Crow clan. Not good. It was said that a Boundary Emperor of the Golden Crow clan had revived and was sweeping across the region. Why was the Golden Crow clan looking for Lin Wuti now? It couldn't be. Didn't the Golden Crow clan invite everyone to a banquet? Lin Wuti didn't go. It was over. This time, he had offended a Boundary Emperor. The people of the Divine Union also raised their heads and frowned. What was the Golden Crow clan doing here? Toad and the others instantly soared into the sky. How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Are you tired of living? The Golden Crow man sneered. Humph! I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living. Our Patriarch invited everyone to a banquet. How dare you not go? What crime should you commit? The other woman also sneered and told Lin Wuti that our Patriarch only gave him 1 day. If he still didn't go after 1 day, our Patriarch would personally take action and raise the Divine Union to the ground. After saying that, the 2 of them soared into the sky and left. After all, they had only come to inform Lin Wuti. In their opinion, Lin Wuti would definitely come obediently after receiving this final order. How arrogant! They even wanted to raise the Divine Union to the ground. The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth. After they returned, they told Baisusu and the others what had happened. Baisusu and the others were shocked. Shui, Qi, Murong Qingqing, and the others also frowned. Should they tell Big Brother Xian? It was better to say it. After all, this was a true Boundary Emperor. They had also felt the might of a Boundary Emperor. It was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, they went to find Lin Xian. When Lin Xian heard this, he also narrowed his eyes. The The toad said, "Kid, don't go. If you have the ability, then let him do it. We will use an extreme weapon to kill him." Baisusu frowned. "No, didn't you hear? The Golden Crow Patriarch could borrow an extreme weapon. Moreover, our enemies weren't just limited to the Golden Crow clan. Those people had hidden themselves and didn't make a move. This didn't mean that they wouldn't make a move at the critical moment. For example, the Z Mansion had been very strange recently. Husband, what should we do?" Xueqi also asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Give me half a day." He thought of a way that didn't require much effort. Chapter 5583. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, Murong Qingqing and the others were also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Brother Xian actually didn't take the initiative to fight this time? Why was it because? Could it be because the other party was a quasi-emperor? Or was there something else he was worried about? They didn't know. After Lin Xian left, he asked Along Delong, "Are there any poisonous fruits in the sword world?" The current sword world was very mysterious. Previously, Lin Xian had eaten a fruit and his strength had increased by a lot. Then he found another snowflake and was able to lock onto Xueqi's position. This meant that the things taken out from the sword world far surpassed those of burial earth and true spirit world. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately thought of something. There was no need to directly attack the Golden Crow Emperor. This quasi-emperor was so arrogant that he wanted him to submit. Why not take this opportunity? He might be able to severely injure him. He wanted to see if the other party would still dare to be arrogant at that time. DeLong said, "There is, but I don't know if it has recovered. Go and take a look." DeLong gave Lin Xian 3 pieces of information. There were 3 types of fruits that even a quasi-emperor would be poisoned if they ate them. At the very least, they would be severely injured. If they were unlucky, they might even die. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "That's right, that's what I want." With these 3 pieces of information, Lin Xian once again entered the sword world. He went to those unknown areas and began to search. The first 2 types were not there, so there was only 1 type of illusion fruit left. If there was none, then there was nothing he could do. In that case, he could only fight. But at this time, his eyes lit up. He found it. In front of a small mountain, Lin Xian saw a fruit. It was crystal clear and incomparably dreamy, like an immortal fruit. "Damn, kid, what are you looking for?" The hell fire dragon's soul flew over. Seeing this immortal fruit, he wanted to rush up and swallow it. However, Lin Xian said, "This is the poisonous fruit I prepared for the quasi-emperor. If you want to die, then eat it." "What?" The hellfire dragon immediately stopped and quickly shook his head. I don't need it." From the looks of it, he also knew how powerful the sword world was. Maybe he had also suffered a loss here. Therefore, he was very careful. Lin Xian walked forward and took out a treasure box that was completely made of divine crystals. Lin Fan carefully placed the fantasy fruit inside. This fruit was called the fantasy fruit. It looked extremely mysterious, but it contained a deadly poison. Moreover, there was no such thing outside, only in the sword world. Therefore, the Golden Crow Patriarch would never know that it was a poisonous fruit. "Very good, Golden Crow clan. Let's see how arrogant you can be at that time." Lin Xian's lips curled up as he walked out. When he came out, he was in a very good mood. He was even humming a tune. On the other hand, Baisusu and the others were feeling rather gloomy. They had already begun gathering their strength to restore their supreme weapons. When Lin Xian arrived, they were stunned. "Why are you so happy? Could it be that you've thought of something?" "Of course." Lin Xian laughed. Then he looked at these people and said, "What are you guys busy with?" Baisusu said snappily. He was still preparing to activate his supreme weapon. Lin Xian said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. This time, I don't need to use the supreme weapon at all. I already have a way." "What way?" these people asked. Murong Qingqing, Xueqi, and the others were also curious. However, Lin Xian said of course it was to give him a gift. Didn't he want to invite the world to a banquet? Let's go to the banquet and give him a big gift. What? These people were all stunned. The Crimson Dragon also jumped up. Damn, kid, you can't be afraid, right? They also said that this was impossible. With her temper, how could she possibly submit to him? Submit? Afraid? Lin Xian shook his head. Do you think it's possible? This super big gift would definitely make him suffer the consequences. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The surrounding people were stunned. Then they laughed. Looks like you already have a way. The Crimson Dragon said, although I don't know what it is, I want to go and take a look. The Toad said, count me in. This time, Lin Xian brought the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others on the road. Murong Qingcheng, Xue Qi, and Bai Susu were in charge of guarding this place to prevent others from sneaking up on them. A stream of light streaked across the sky and flew into the distance, disappearing. On the other side, the people of the Golden Crow race were waiting patiently. There's only one day left. Do you think Lin Wudy will come? What a joke. He's Lin Wudy. Have you seen him bow down to anyone? Didn't the 10,000 Dragons Empire and Zifu get beaten up badly by him? This time, I think he definitely won't come. That's true. Everyone nodded. With Lin Wudy's temper, it was already good enough that he didn't come knocking on their door with his supreme weapon. Bow down? What a joke. However, it wasn't going to be easy this time. The Golden Crow Patriarch was a quasi-emperor. The last time a quasi-emperor came, it was Lin Xian who came out and restrained him. Otherwise, Lin Wudy would have died at that time. This time, who could help Lin Wudy? If no quasi-emperor appeared, Lin Wudy would definitely not be able to stop them. Everyone was discussing. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Lin Wudy of the Divine Union had arrived. The voice pierced through the 9 heavens and traveled toward the main hall. Everyone in the main hall was discussing. What did they hear? Lin Wudy was here. These people stood up one after another. The people of the Golden Crow race were also stunned. They instantly became nervous. Lin Wudy wouldn't come knocking on their door, right? They had fought Lin Xian many times and naturally knew Lin Xian's temper. Therefore, they were very nervous. Patriarch, you have to be careful. That kid is very arrogant. The Golden Crow Patriarch snorted coldly. I'm here. If he dares to attack, don't panic. Let him in. All right, the Golden Crow Patriarch had no choice but to act according to the Patriarch's instructions. Soon, the mountain gate opened and the array flickered. A few figures walked in. The people of the surrounding families and sects all widened their eyes and looked into the distance. Was Lin Wudy here? When they saw Lin Wudy, the Toad, and the dark red divine flame, they were all stunned. It was really the Divine Union, and only 3 people had come. It shouldn't be a war, right? Lin Wudy was still smiling. There was no murderous intent on his body. It didn't look like he was here to fight. Everyone was very puzzled. Even the Phoenix race and the Yi family didn't understand. What was Lin Xian doing here? Was he really here to submit? They didn't quite believe it. The Golden Crow Patriarch shouted coldly, Lin Wudy, what are you doing here? Lin Xian smiled. You sent an invitation and specially asked someone to inform me. What do you think I'm doing here? I'm naturally here to attend the banquet. What? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Even the Golden Crow Patriarch was dumbfounded. He was here to attend the banquet? Why did it sound like a dream? Chapter 5584. Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. They even suspected if this was really Lin Xian himself. Even the Golden Crow Patriarch frowned and snorted coldly. Kid, are you really here to attend the banquet? Lin Xian smiled. Why don't you believe me? Look, I've already prepared a gift. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a treasure box. The treasure box was rectangular and made of divine crystals. It was surrounded by multicolored light and was obviously not an ordinary item. Lin Xian opened the treasure box, and a dreamy light was emitted from it. At this moment, countless people looked over. Even those from the Emperor race were shocked. What a terrifying spirit fruit! The people of the Golden Crow race were also shocked and stunned. The Golden Crow patriarch was originally sneering, but when he saw the dream fruit, he gasped. As a quasi-emperor, he was shocked when he saw this spirit fruit. Go, bring it over. The Golden Crow patriarch spoke. The Golden Crow patriarch hurried over and came to Lin Xian's side. Kid, don't play any tricks. Lin Xian smiled. Your patriarch is a quasi-emperor. Are you afraid of me? Let me check and you'll know. Lin Xian handed over the dream fruit. The Golden Crow patriarch held the dreamed fruit with both hands and walked to the Golden Crow patriarch. Patriarch, please take a look. He was extremely respectful. The Golden Crow patriarch grabbed it, and an extremely terrifying flame burst out from his eyes. It was as if he had turned into two suns that rotated between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Is Lin Wuti really so kind to give him a spirit fruit? Could it be some poison? Countless people guessed so, but they felt that it shouldn't be. Lin Xian wouldn't be so stupid. It was really too difficult to deceive a quasi-emperor. At this moment, the Golden Crow patriarch laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, good, it's indeed a spirit fruit. Lin Wuti, you're very sensible. As long as you obediently submit to me, I'll guarantee you a meteoric rise and wealth for the rest of your life. She was very happy. In his opinion, Lin Wuti was powerful, but didn't he have to lower his head in front of him? He didn't think that this little ant before him would dare to scheme against him. Lin Xian smiled as well. Of course, the Golden Crow patriarch had boundless divine fire. Becoming a great emperor in the future would be a piece of cake. Hearing this, the Golden Crow patriarch laughed proudly. The people of the Golden Crow clan also laughed. Wasn't Lin Wuti very arrogant? But now, he still lowered his head in front of them. The others also shook their heads and sighed. Was Lin Wuti really afraid? Who would be able to stop the Golden Crow clan in the future? Congratulations to the Golden Crow patriarch for obtaining the divine fruit. A series of congratulatory voices could be heard. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Old thing, just you wait. There will be a good show to watch soon. Even a quasi-emperor would be severely injured if they ate the illusion fruit. They might even die. He was looking forward to seeing that scene. Someone prepare a seat for Lin Gongzi. The Golden Crow patriarch was in a very good mood. He had obtained a divine fruit and subdued Lin Xian. He felt that nothing could stop his footsteps. Amidst the cheers around him, the Golden Crow patriarch swallowed the illusion fruit. In the next moment, endless rays of light appeared on his body. It was dreamy. It was as if he was about to ascend and become an immortal. What a magical scene! What fruit is this? Why have I never seen it before? Heavens! Where did Lin Wuti get it? It was probably a treasure that he had kept for many years. Exclamations could be heard one after another. The people of the Golden Crow clan were even more excited. Would their patriarch break through to become a great emperor in one fell swoop? The people of the other great emperor families frowned. What was Lin Wuti doing? Was he really willing to lower his head? They didn't know. Even the toad and the crimson dragon were puzzled. What was Lin Xian up to? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm. He smiled and waited patiently. Another terrifying thing about the illusion fruit was that it wouldn't be poisoned at first. It would take some time. In this way, even a boundary emperor wouldn't be on guard. By the time they discovered it, it would be too late. Good, it was indeed a divine fruit. The Golden Crow patriarch looked up to the sky and laughed. He also felt a mysterious force circulating in his meridians. When he saw the scene of the great Tao surrounding him, he really thought that he was going to become an immortal. Lin Xian, where did you get this divine fruit? Tell me the news, and I will send people to look for it again. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, Golden Crow patriarch. After the banquet, I will tell you the details. Good, good, good. Little guy, you are very sensible. Then your grudge with the Golden Crow clan will be written off. The Golden Crow patriarch waved his hand, causing an uproar. The people of the Golden Crow clan also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they spared Linwoody, he had already submitted. He would be their subordinate in the future. Thinking of this, they were very happy. The patriarch was wise, the patriarch was mighty. They saw infinite hope. Suddenly, the Golden Crow patriarch's pupils constricted, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. It was actually black blood. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, turning into countless black holes. Heavens! What happened? The people of the Golden Crow clan were stunned. The people of the remote antiquity families were also dumbfounded. Even the people of the Emperor clan suddenly raised their heads. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. It had begun. He looked surprised. Golden Crow Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Did extreme joy beget sorrow? The Golden Crow Patriarch's face instantly darkened. Damn it, what was going on? Why did he suddenly feel as if he had been punched hard? His internal organs were about to shatter. The pain almost made him faint. No, he was poisoned. As a boundary emperor, he immediately reacted. He was poisoned. Could it be the spiritual fruit just now? In the next moment, she suddenly turned her head and stared at Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. The people around Lin Xian were shocked and retreated. Even the Crimson Dragon was stunned. What was going on? Was this old thing going to attack them? Damn it! How dare you plot against me? Your divine fruit is poisonous. What poisonous? Countless people were in an uproar. The people of the Emperor clan were shocked. Damn it, I knew it. How could Linwoody bow his head? It turned out that he was waiting for the Golden Crow Patriarch here. Only Linwoody would dare to use poison to plot against Quasi-Emperor Yuzun. If this angered a boundary emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Was it poison? Ha 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 ha, I knew the show was about to begin. The toad laughed, and so did the Crimson Dragon. No wonder he was so confident before leaving. It turned out that he had already thought about it. They could watch a good show next. The people of the Golden Crow clan said, "What?" Their patriarch was poisoned. Damn it, take Linwoody down. With an angry shout, countless experts of the Golden Crow clan rose into the air from all directions. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. Chapter 5585. The sky was blotted out and the earth was covered. Experts flew over with murderous intent. The people from the other families retreated far away. They couldn't defeat a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was still sitting there. When he saw this scene, he laughed. Aya, the Golden Crow tribe is really shameless. I came to give you the divine fruit out of goodwill, but you repaid my kindness with ingratitude. What a bunch of nonsense. You are the one who plotted against our patriarch. The Golden Crow tribe leader was so angry that he was trembling. Lin Xian was shocked. Plotting against? No way, he was really wronged. He turned to look at the Golden Crow patriarch and was shocked. Aya, Senior. What's wrong with you? Why are you vomiting blood? Isn't it just a divine fruit? Don't be too agitated. There might be more in the future. Agitated my ass. The Golden Crow patriarch's face turned green. Despicable brat. Do you think this little poison can hurt me? When I suppress this poison, it will be your time of death. I dare to guarantee that not only you, but the entire divine union will be razed to the ground. I am really wronged. Lin Xian sighed. I forgot to tell you that this fruit is indeed a divine fruit. It's just that the strong will be fine after eating it, but the weak will vomit blood after eating it. I originally thought that the Golden Crow Patriarch was an unparalleled expert. Now, it seems that you are useless. You, the Golden Crow Patriarch, trembled with anger and spat out another mouthful of blood. He almost fell to the ground. Patriarch, the Golden Crow tribe experts hurried forward to support him. They were extremely nervous. Patriarch, how are you? Patriarch, nothing must happen to you. Get lost. What are you waiting for? Suppress this brat for me. The Golden Crow Patriarch roared crazily. Those powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. They suppressed Linwoody. The array flickered. Terrifying flames and rays of light fell from the sky and turned into countless heavenly tablets. Was the battle about to start? The Crimson Dragon experts took a deep breath. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Let's see who dares to make a move. Don't you want the Golden Crow Patriarch's life? The moment these words came out, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan were all stunned. The Golden Crow old ancestor said, "Don't listen to him. I can suppress the poison." "Is that so?" Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered. "Pour it for me." After saying that, the Golden Crow Patriarch's body swayed and fell to the ground. "No, Patriarch!" The powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe no longer dared to attack. Instead, they flew back frantically. They were scared out of their wits. The Golden Crow old ancestor was a quasi-emperor. For a quasi-emperor to fall from a chair, how terrifying and dangerous was this situation? The people from the other emperor clans were also shocked. Could it be that the quasi-emperor was really poisoned? They sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of fruit did Linwoody take out? It could actually poison a quasi-emperor. Damn it, where did this guy get this thing? Some people felt their blood run cold. Previously, some families and sects wanted to see Linwoody make a fool of himself. But now, it seemed that they were the ones who were laughing. "Old ancestor, are you all right?" The people of the Golden Crow race have all gone crazy. This time, the Golden Crow Patriarch was almost speechless. He was extremely shocked. How was this possible? He was a quasi-emperor who could sweep through everything. His strength was outstanding, but now he couldn't suppress this poison. Damn kid. He knew that he was careless. From the beginning to the end, he had underestimated this Linwoody. Originally, he thought that the other party was just a Triple Crown champion and ant. It would be easy for him to kill the other party. He didn't even care about the spirit fruit that the other party took out. At that time, he only glanced at it. But with his quasi-emperor cultivation, nothing could hide from him. But he was still poisoned. This meant that the other party's methods were beyond his imagination. Lin Xian didn't hide anymore. He walked out and said, "How is it? It doesn't feel good, right? But this is your own fault. If you want to recover, then so be it. If you are a quasi-emperor, I won't make things difficult for you. But after you came to find trouble with me. Why? Do you really think that you can crush me just because you are a quasi-emperor? It's too ridiculous. Why don't you ask around? Have I, Linwoody, ever been defeated in battle in my life? As a quasi-emperor, you don't stand a chance." Lin Xian's face also darkened. Indeed, he really didn't plan to deal with the Golden Crow quasi-emperor. But since the other party attacked first, he could only accompany him to the end. Damn it. The Golden Crow ancestor tried to suppress the poison, but realized that it was impossible. He could only say, "Young master, you misunderstood. I was just joking with you. Young master, why don't you help me detoxify the poison? I will definitely reward you greatly. I heard that you cultivate the 9-yang divine body, and I cultivate the fire of the sun. We can exchange pointers. I can even tell you my experience of becoming a quasi-emperor." The moment these words came out, many people's eyes turned red. Even the people from the Dharch family were shocked. A quasi-emperor's experience was incomparably precious. It surpassed all Dharma treasures. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "I don't need your experience, because you are too trashy. You can't even defeat a small sacred lord like me. What use do I have for your experience? What I want is the strength to be able to dominate the ancient times, not a piece of trash like you. You." Uft. The Golden Crow ancestor vomited another mouthful of blood. He was about to faint from anger. "I'm a piece of trash? Damn it! Who dares to say that I'm a piece of trash?" He was a dignified, ancient, mutated beast. When he dominated the world back then, no one could defeat him. It was just that the timing was not right back then, so he chose to sleep. Finally, he woke up at the right time. This time he must become the arch. However, he was plotted against by a young man as soon as he woke up. He even lowered his head to beg for mercy. But the other party still mocked and ridiculed him. How many years had he lived? He had never been slapped in the face like this. Kid, you better detoxify my poison. Let me tell you, the strength of a quasi-emperor is not something you can imagine. I'm injured now, but I won't die. Once I recover, you know what will happen. That's not something you can bear, so take out the antidote. Lin Xian laughed as well. You think too highly of yourself. Let's not talk about whether or not you can recover. Even if you can recover, so what? I'm not far from the quasi-emperor realm now. Give me a little more time, and I will be able to surpass the quasi-emperor realm. Even if you recover, so what? Lin Xian's eyes flickered with incomparable confidence. Indeed, with the divine fire seed, he was now able to contend with a quasi-emperor. If he broke through again, killing a quasi-emperor would not be difficult. At this point, Lin Xian took a step forward. Demonic qi surged from his body, as if he had turned into a demon god. The Golden Crow tribe has repeatedly gone against me. Now that a quasi-emperor has awakened, I'll personally deal with you today. Lin Xian's killing intent swept through the world. Those people from the Golden Crow tribe have gone crazy. Is Lin Wuti going to make a move? Damn it, how dare you! Angry roars rang out. The array formations covered the sky and covered the earth. In the end, the great demonic sky seal shattered everything. Lin Xian walked forward like an invincible war god. Chapter 5586. Lin Xian was really too strong. It was extremely easy for him to kill the Triple Crown King, not to mention the people of the Golden Crow race. The strongest among them was only a sacred lord. Even if a group of sacred lords went up, they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Xian with one punch. Only quasi-emperors were a little dangerous to Lin Xian. Of course, it was just a threat. Ordinary quasi-emperors weren't qualified to kill Lin Xian. The people of the Golden Crow race collapsed. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Many of them turned into a bloody mist in this attack. Patriarch, please help. They knelt on the ground. The Golden Crow Patriarch's expression became extremely ugly. Help? It was good enough that he could survive now. How could he be in the mood to care about these people? Give me your strength, and I'll suppress my injuries. Then I'll be able to help you. Really? When the Golden Crow race leader and the others heard this, they were overjoyed and quickly gave their power to the Patriarch. The laws on their bodies danced and flames swept out. They gave all their power to the Golden Crow Patriarch. A huge illusion of a sun appeared on the Golden Crow Patriarch's body, suppressing everything. The Golden Crow Patriarch's body trembled. The poison was suppressed in an instant. That was great. The Golden Crow Patriarch roared and soared into the sky. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back. It covered the sky and the earth. The entire world was engulfed by the sun god fire. The Patriarch asked for help. The people of the Golden Crow race knelt on the ground. They waited for the Patriarch to help. The Golden Crow Patriarch in the sky flapped his wings and tore open the void. He disappeared. What's going on? The people of the Golden Crow race knelt on the ground. They looked up at the sky. They were stunned. Where was their Patriarch? At this moment, a young genius of the Gu family whispered. According to the situation of the spatial power, he seemed to have escaped. What do you mean he escaped? Shut up. What does a young man know? Someone immediately shouted coldly. The genius of the Gu family also lowered his head. Indeed, he was a rising genius. To be honest, he wasn't too sure. Would a quasi-emperor escape? The others didn't believe it even more. However, they waited for a long time, but the Golden Crow Patriarch didn't appear. This made them certain that the Golden Crow Patriarch had really escaped. It can't be. A quasi-emperor escaped. God, Lin Wuti's poison was too terrifying. No. Forefather, you lied to us. The people of the Golden Crow clan had all gone crazy. They had originally hoped that the patriarch would be able to sweep through all of them once he recovered. Who would have thought that the patriarch would actually run away? I don't care about them. More importantly, those top experts had channeled their power to the Golden Crow patriarch. They didn't have much strength left. Lin Xian laughed. What a stray dog. Kid, hurry up, don't let him escape. The Crimson Dragon was anxious. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with light. Don't worry, he can't suppress that poison. He could not run far. He had to deal with the Golden Crow race first. Lin Xian's face darkened, and his murderous aura erupted once again. No. The chief of the Golden Crow tribe and the others turned around and knelt on the ground. They looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Gongzi, please be merciful. Lin Gongzi, please spare us. There were even people who said, Lin Gongzi, this has nothing to do with us. It's all the Golden Crow patriarch's business. He's the one who went against you. We don't dare to. That's right. Hurry up and chase after the patriarch. Spare us. These people quickly shouted. The surrounding people were stunned when they heard this. This was really deceiving their master and destroying their ancestors. But thinking about it, the Golden Crow patriarch didn't care about these descendants anymore. Why would these descendants still follow the patriarch? Lin Xian shook his head. You should know what happened to the 10,000 dragon dynasty that went against me. No. Hearing this, the people of the Golden Crow race were in despair. The chief of the Golden Crow race even said, Activate the ultimate array formation. Those who can escape, leave. Facing Linwoody, she really had no choice. They didn't even have the strength to resist now. They could only escape. Under the ground, the array formation covered everything. One after another, the figures of the Golden Crow race quickly rose into the air. They disappeared. The ultimate array formation destroyed everything and teleported everything. It was over. Lin Xian stood up. A biting cold sword energy appeared in his hand. He raised his hands high. You were born in the sun, so you will be destroyed in the sun. 9 suns opened the sky. On Lin Xian's sword energy, a scorching flame suddenly rose and surrounded it. It was an illusion of 9 suns, and it carried the sharp aura of the great dragon sword soul. He slashed down. With an earth-shattering boom, the entire Golden Crow race was split into 2. Run. The families and sects that came to attend the banquet quickly rose into the air and fled in all directions. Many of the Golden Crow race's people were turned into ashes under the sword. The entire array formation shattered and the sky split open. After this sword strike, the Golden Crow race disappeared. The Golden Crow race, including the experts, didn't have time to escape and died just like that. Kid, some people have been teleported out. Do you want to chase after them? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said, There's no need. They're just ants. There's no need to care about them. Let's go and chase after the Golden Crow patriarch. Lin Xian and the others rose into the air, leaving behind only ruins. The surrounding experts of the families and sects felt their scalps go numb after seeing this. From then on, the Golden Crow race disappeared from burial earth. Some people knelt on the ground in fear. They really couldn't provoke Linwoody. Even a quasi-emperor wasn't a threat in front of him. There were also some people from the Emperor clan who were happy. Let's go and take a look. Previously, the Golden Crow patriarch was very arrogant and didn't even put their great Emperor clan in his eyes. Now they were going to watch the show. For example, the Phoenix race and the Gu clan followed. The group quickly followed. In front, Lin Xian and the others tore open the void. Lin Xian looked with her Rinnegan. In the next moment, the corners of her mouth curled up. As expected, she didn't run far. There was a golden light in front of her. It was the Golden Crow patriarch. However, his speed wasn't fast, and he was about to fall from the sky. After obtaining the power of the Golden Crow race's experts, The Golden Crow Patriarch suppressed his injuries and turned to escape. As for the family, what did it have to do with him? As long as he was alive, he could start another family. Therefore, there was hope for him to be alive. However, not long after flying out, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. The poison was too terrifying and couldn't be suppressed at all. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head because he saw a sword chi slashing down from the sky. The Golden Crow race was split apart by the sword. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I will take revenge for this. Linwoody, I won't let you off. He tried his best to fly, but not long after, he was scared out of his wits because he found that Linwoody had caught up. Impossible, how did he know where I was? He flew quickly in fear. However, not long after, Lin Xian caught up to him. Old thing, why don't you fly? Ha ha ha, you can't do it, right? The toad sneered and spat on your face. It shot out poison that filled the sky again and flew over. Although this poison was useless against the Emperor clan, the Golden Crow Patriarch didn't have the chance to resist. So when it landed on his body, countless rays of light appeared. Damn it, damn toad! The Golden Crow Patriarch had gone crazy. Now he was being slapped in the face by some juniors. Why? You still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Get out of here. The Crimson Dragon directly stretched out its dragon claw and slapped the other party's face. The Golden Crow Patriarch was like a kite with a broken string falling down. Chapter 5587. You three ants, just you wait. I definitely won't let you off. The Golden Crow Patriarch gritted his teeth and roared. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You still want to escape. The toad also rushed over. Now, they were going to beat the dog while it was down. Damn it! Why are this guy's bones so hard? The toad was in so much pain that its claws were shaking. The Crimson Divine Dragon also grimaced. Although they were powerful, they were still unable to withstand the pressure. Although they were powerful, they couldn't break through the defense of a quasi-emperor with their current strength. However, they specialized in hitting the face. Even if they couldn't hurt the other party, they had to hit the other party's face hard. Ah, the Golden Crow Patriarch's lungs were about to burst. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over and slashed with his sword. The Golden Crow Patriarch originally thought that it was just a slap in the face, but he didn't expect his body to be sent flying. He spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Damn it, this kid is so strong. It was unbelievable that a Triple Crown champion could pose a threat to him, a quasi-emperor. One had to know that the Golden Crow Patriarch had the strength of a quasi-emperor. The gap between the two was especially big. The other party seemed to be able to break through his defense. However, he could only threaten him. It was impossible for him to kill him. He ignored the three little ants and flew quickly with his head lowered. Kid, quickly kill him. The Crimson Dragon shouted. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The divine fire seed between his brows jumped. Another sword, 9 suns opened the sky. It carried the power of the divine fire seed. The Golden Crow Patriarch suddenly turned around. When he sensed this scene, his pupils constricted. Damn it, impossible. How do you have such power? He was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Boom! He was still hit by the sword. A sword mark appeared on his body, and even his bones were exposed. He was stunned. You can actually break through my defense. This time it wasn't just a threat, but also an injury. He was injured even more. No, this is the power of a quasi-emperor. How do you have it? He felt the other party's power that surpassed the Bible. This was an immortal energy seed. Damn it, the other party is a Triple Crown champion. Are you kidding me? Damn it, who exactly are you? He roared crazily. Lin Xian swung his sword again. Another sword mark appeared on Patriarch Golden Crow's body. In the end, even Lin Xian was frowning. He had to admit that the Golden Crow was really powerful. It was too difficult to kill such a strange beast. It seemed that he would have to borrow the power of an extreme weapon. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the heaven-devouring jar. The Golden Crow Patriarch was driven mad by the power of the extreme grade weapon. To be honest, the power of the seed of divine fire was able to hurt him. However, he also had the immortal Qi seed. He could still handle the collision between the two. So what if he was injured? It wasn't easy to kill him, but now that the extreme Dao weapon was out, the Golden Crow Patriarch had completely lost his temper. He was only a boundary emperor. An extreme weapon possessed the power of a great emperor. It was not something that he could contend against. If it was a sacred ancestor wielding an extreme Dao weapon, he wouldn't be worried. However, Lin Xian was too terrifying, so he ran away like a madman. Trying to escape, the heaven-swallowing jar struck out. The Golden Crow Patriarch gritted his teeth and screamed. Incarnation! One of his wings instantly split open and was swallowed by the devouring vortex instead of him. As for his remaining body, it quickly tore open the void and escaped. He actually escaped, as expected of an ancient strange beast. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that the Golden Crow Patriarch was even more terrifying than the Boundary Emperor from Mount Eternal that he had encountered before. It was even more terrifying, much more terrifying. One had to know that the Golden Crow Patriarch was currently poisoned. He was actually able to dodge the attack of an extreme grade weapon. He should be even more terrifying when he was at his peak. This guy shouldn't be an ordinary Boundary Emperor. An ordinary Boundary Emperor had the strength of 5 Crown Kings. Lin Xian guessed that the Golden Crow Patriarch might be 6 Crown Kings. No matter how many Crown Kings he was, Lin Xian continued to chase after him. Another sword Qi slashed out, shattering the void. The Golden Crow Patriarch's figure appeared. Damn it! He could still lock onto him. He had gone crazy. In the next moment, he felt the power of 6 reincarnations crushing down on him. 6 paths of reincarnation. The Golden Crow Patriarch was really shocked. He only knew that there was a triple crown king in the Divine Union called Lin Xian. He was the enemy of the Golden Crow clan. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Xian would be so powerful. The flames from before were at the level of an immortal Qi seed. Although the heaven-devouring jar was only half, it was still an extreme grade weapon. Now, 6 paths of reincarnation had appeared. How many more secrets did this kid have? How could all these powers be gathered on one person? Just like that, Lin Xian chased after the Golden Crow Patriarch all the way. The injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. Many parts of his body were even broken. Behind him, the people from the Emperor clan rushed over and were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Lin Wudi was chasing after a quasi-emperor. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that a Boundary Emperor was a supreme existence now. If the Great Earth Emperor didn't appear, a Boundary Emperor was the strongest. The Emperor clan had to lower their heads in front of a Boundary Emperor. However, a Boundary Emperor was now being chased by Lin Xian. How could they not be shocked? The Golden Crow Patriarch could also sense that the people from the Great Emperor clan were watching from behind. They said, "Fellow Taoist from the Great Emperor clan, please lend me an extreme grade weapon. Please lend me an extreme Dao weapon, and I will repay you 10,000 times in the future." A hint of hope appeared in the Golden Crow Patriarch's eyes. If he had an extreme grade weapon, he could completely reverse the situation and kill the other party. Let's see who dares to help him. You are my enemy. The end result is the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The hearts of those from the Emperor clans thumped wildly. Indeed, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the extremely terrifying dragon race among the Great Emperor clans, was still beaten up miserably. In the end, a group of experts fell and the remaining people left. Their whereabouts were still unknown. Therefore, no one dared to respond. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. The Golden Crow quasi-emperor shouted angrily and continued to escape. Actually, these emperor clans couldn't be blamed. The Golden Crow Patriarch had just recovered. He had never experienced Lin Xian's terrifying era. These emperor clans had personally witnessed Lin Xian's growth. From an ant in their eyes, he had grown step by step to a supreme expert above them. This period of time was very short. Therefore, these people from the emperor clans didn't dare to easily go against Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the Golden Crow Patriarch's mind. These emperor clans are all very timid and don't dare to help you. However, I will give you a clear path. Go to the Purple Mansion. There are also extreme-grade weapons there that can protect you. The Golden Crow Patriarch was stunned. He quickly looked around, but he realized that there was no one there. His face darkened. Was he going to that place? He naturally knew about the Purple Mansion. That place was related to the Permethar realm. Its strength was terrifying and unfathomable, but it was only as a last resort. She really didn't want to go to that place because the price she had to pay was too great. It was over. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly stood up. He held the dragon-shaped sword energy with both hands and slashed down. Chapter 5588. This sword was really too terrifying. When the Golden Crow Old Ancestor sensed it, his expression changed drastically. The power of the Great Dragon Sword. Damn it, you actually have such power. He had really gone crazy. He had heard of such an invincible power before. It was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Although the kid in front of him was not as strong as him and could not unleash the full power of the Great Dragon Sword, it would still be very troublesome for him. He absolutely could not be hit. Roar! He roared towards the sky, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. The flames on his body quickly bloomed as if he had turned into a sun. At the same time, a thunderous sound erupted from his body. Obviously, the Golden Crow Old Ancestor was going all out. At this moment, he actually turned into a sun again and quickly fled. Boom! His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he suddenly erupted and dodged the sword. The place where he was originally standing was completely shattered. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor's expression became incomparably ugly. Fortunately, he had gone all out at the last moment. Although this way his injuries would be even more serious, and the poison in his body would not be able to be suppressed. Compared to the Great Dragon Sword, he felt that it was worth it. If he had been hit, his fate would have been even more miserable. Damn it, the other party had the Great Dragon Sword and an apex weapon. He was no match for him at all. It seemed that he could only choose the last option, which was to join the Purple Mansion sect. Thinking of this, he sighed. He had been careless. If he had not been poisoned at his peak, so what if the other party had the Great Dragon Sword? He would have dared to fight, but now he could not even use 1% of his strength. Uft! He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and his body became even darker. The poison was about to spread throughout his body. No, he accelerated again and turned into a sun. Then he turned into a stream of light and charged into the distance. He actually did not hit. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that he had really underestimated the other party. The Golden Crow Quasi-Emperor was not an ordinary Quasi-Emperor. He snorted coldly and sped up. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chased and killed while the other fled. Everyone on the buried Emperor's star looked up at the sky. Heavens, what is that? A sun. Is Lin Wuti chasing a sun? No, that was the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, a Quasi-Emperor. Lin Wuti was a Triple Crown champion. Was he already capable of hunting down Quasi-Emperors? Countless people were terrified. The people from the monarch clans were shocked. Even the people from the Forbidden Lands came out to investigate the situation. The Golden Crow Grand Elder is really an idiot, the people of the Forbidden Land of Life sneered. But soon they frowned. This Lin Wuti was really a scourge. Sooner or later, they had to get rid of him. He absolutely could not let the other party become a Quasi-Emperor. They had already begun to lay out their plans. Fellow Taoist of the Zifu sect, hurry up and save me. The Golden Crow Patriarch couldn't hold it in any longer. His entire body had turned black, turning into a black sun. Poisonous blood kept falling from the sky, and the ground below was shattered. The people from the Z government were also stupefied. Heavens, what was going on? Was a sun going to fall on their mansion? What kind of joke was this? Did the Golden Crow clan want to attack them? However, when they heard the cry for help, they were stunned. The Golden Crow old ancestor was asking them for help. To save or not to save, those people frowned. Of course, this was not something they could decide. The mansion master walked over and said as he activated the extreme Dao weapon, the dragon pattern cauldron. Boom! There was a rumble, and a huge cauldron appeared between heaven and earth. There were 2 dragons revolving around it, and it was abnormally terrifying. The dragon's roars shook the sky. After the dragon pattern cauldron appeared, it directly enveloped the Golden Crow old ancestor. Thank you, fellow Taoist. When the Golden Crow old ancestor sensed the scene, he was completely relieved. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the Z government. In an instant, Lin Xian rushed over from behind. When he saw this scene, his face turned gloomy. He slashed the sky with his sword again. The dragon-shaped sword Qi hit the cauldron. The dragon-patterned cauldron shook violently. A monstrous power swept out, and the terrifying aura caused the people on the buried Emperor Star to crawl on the ground again. A battle of extreme Dao? Lin Wudi, if you want to fight in advance, I will accompany you to the end. The mansion master of the Z government walked over. Previously, she had already recovered from her injuries. The reason why she was in seclusion was to wait for her father's arrival. However, this time she was forced to take action for the Golden Crow old ancestor. It did not mean that she was afraid of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Are you sure you want to protect the Golden Crow old ancestor? Mansion Master Z said. That's right, Lin Wudi. We will protect the Golden Crow old ancestor. You can't kill him. Also, let me tell you one last time. Cherish your remaining time because you will go to hell soon. Go to hell? I'm afraid it's you. Isn't there still half a year left? Do you think I don't know? Hearing this, Mansion Master Z's pupils constricted. Damn it, how did you know? What else do you know? He was really too shocked. Although some people knew that a great fortune was about to happen, they did not know the exact time. However, the moment Lin Xian opened his mouth, he asked for half a year, because there was indeed only half a year left. The other party was so accurate. Could it be that he had obtained some information? Who gave him the information? The Heavenly Court? Or other extreme Dao weapons? Mansion Master Z was very nervous. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Take your time to guess, because in half a year, the ones who will go to hell will be you. After saying that, he said loudly, Golden Crow old ancestor, do you think you will be safe after entering the Purple Mansion? There will be a day when I will destroy both your soul and your heart. It won't be long. Within 3 years, I will kill you personally. After saying that, Lin Xian turned and left. His voice spread throughout the entire buried Emperor Star. Countless people were shocked. They did not expect that the battle would not start. However, Lin Xian had already said that he would kill the Golden Crow old ancestor within 3 years. After hearing that, the people from the Emperor race frowned. He was too arrogant. Although the Golden Crow old ancestor was being chased this time, it was because he was poisoned. If the poison recovered with the Golden Crow old ancestor's strength, even 10 Lin Wudi would not be able to defeat him. Where did Lin Wudi get his confidence from? Did he think that he could do it just because he had an extreme Dao weapon? When the time came, he could also lend his purple mansion to the Golden Crow old ancestor. Therefore, everyone frowned again. In the purple mansion, the Golden Crow old ancestor was about to faint. After hearing that, he fainted from anger. An ant actually dared to threaten to kill him within 3 years. How despicable. Let's go back to Mansion Master Z took back the dragon pattern cauldron, closed the mountain gate, and returned. When he saw the injured and poisoned golden crow old ancestor, he frowned and snorted coldly. He did his best to save him. The array formation in the Purple Mansion activated, and at the same time, all kinds of spirit pills and miraculous medicines were sent to the golden crow old ancestor. However, the golden crow old ancestor's poison was still not cured. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying poison? How did Linwoody do it? The elders of the Purple Mansion were also shocked. They had never seen such a situation. Chapter 5589. Mansion Master, what should we do? The people of the Purple Mansion were out of ideas. The head of the Z government was also frowning. He was personally going to investigate. 2 days later, his face sank. Damn it, what's going on? I can't do anything. Could it be a poison that doesn't belong to the mortal world? Thinking of this possibility, the Mansion Master was shocked. Impossible. How could Linwoody have such a thing? How could he have a power that doesn't belong to the mortal world? Damn it. This kid is too strange. The Mansion Master of the Purple Mansion had no choice but to summon his father's phantom in his body. A middle-aged man walked out and asked about the matter again. When he heard about it, he frowned. Is he poisoned by a poison that doesn't belong to the mortal world? It's really troublesome. However, the Golden Crow ancestor is also extraordinary. He's a rare beast, 6-crown king. His strength can still increase in the future. More importantly, he can control the fire of the sun. It might be of great help to attack the Solar God Palace. So we can save him. Let's freeze him first. Half a year later, we'll descend and bring pills to save him. The middle-aged man said. The Mansion Master of the Purple Mansion used this method to freeze the Golden Crow ancestor. Then he waited patiently. There's only half a year left. It's very close. 100 years later, Linwoody will die, and they will rule the world. The Golden Crow patriarch had been sealed in ice, and the news had spread. Countless people were shocked. The Golden Crow ancestor's life was unknown. Lin Xian chased him all the way, shocking the world. That's a quasi-emperor. It seems that even a quasi-emperor can't easily offend Linwoody. In an instant, countless people were in awe of Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, 5 months passed. There's only 1 month left. Lin Xian was also very nervous. There were ancient existences everywhere in the universe that were awakening. There were even some unknown creatures that appeared. The forbidden land of life appeared more and more frequently, as if it was going to appear completely. A few emperor clans joined forces to attack the Devouring Shadow clan because they controlled too many clans and sections. If this continues, it'll be a great threat to the Great Earth clans. Under the attack of the extreme weapons, the Devouring Shadow clan was forced to retreat. No matter how strange the 10,000 ancient races were, the emperor races were still the strongest existences. Unless a true great emperor had awakened, or someone like the Golden Crow patriarch had awakened. Only by wielding an imperial weapon would one be able to pose a threat to the imperial clans. In the 6th month, a projection suddenly appeared in the sky like a mirage. Between the clouds and mist, there were all kinds of mountains and seas surrounding them. Pavilions, palaces, and stars were everywhere. That scene was even more spectacular than the Great Earth family. Everyone even thought that it was an immortal palace descending from the clouds. Was that the creation that was about to appear? Countless people looked at the scene and were extremely shocked. Not only on buried Earth, but the entire universe seemed to have a mirage. There was an illusion of a celestial palace. It was really too mysterious. Could it be that an immortal palace was about to appear in the universe? Was this the so-called creation? Countless people cried out in surprise. They couldn't wait any longer. The appearance of the illusory immortal palaces made countless people excited. The power of the entire universe was boiling. The martial artists and saints felt that their bottlenecks were about to disappear. The living fossil was shocked. Heavens, I'm about to break through. Tears streamed down their faces. Some cultivations had limited them for thousands of years. It was difficult to take a step forward, but now they saw hope. Some living fossils even knelt down in the void and kowtowed to the illusory immortal palaces. The people of the Divine Union naturally saw it too. They were also nervous. They didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a mysterious power. At the same time, he felt a little familiar. This power was very similar to the power in the sword world. However, the only difference was that the illusory image in the universe was illusory. The sword world was a real existence. Lin Xian asked DeLong, "What is that?" DeLong said, "You guessed right. It's about the same power as the sword world. Next, that space will descend. Countless people would be able to obtain opportunities and good fortune. It will depend on your luck and strength. Of course, you are different from them. Apart from being able to compete for opportunities and treasures in the space that appears, you will also be able to obtain opportunities. You'll also be able to obtain opportunities in God's domain. You'll even have to rely on yourself to deal with the upcoming enemies." Divine Realm. Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. He said that was the name of the sword world. DeLong had hidden it for so long. Finally, in the last month, he told him some things. "That's right. The world in your body is called the Divine Realm. It's very magical. What exactly does it need you to explore? With the arrival of the world's fortune, the Divine Realm in your body will slowly recover. Therefore, your great opportunity has arrived." Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the 6th month, he didn't go out. Instead, he explored the Divine Realm with all his might. He discovered that, apart from the resources and power given by the Darch family, the Divine Realm was revived. The Divine Realm seemed to have its own power and was gradually recovering. This power was even more mysterious. Lin Xian saw that some of the remaining withered flowers had bloomed and the broken fruits had recovered. That aura was even more terrifying than the illusory image in the universe outside. Moreover, it felt more real. Lin Xian could even feel the divine flame imprint in his heart beating nonstop. It seemed very excited. At the same time, he was surprised. The space in his body was called the Divine Realm. Could it be related to the divine flame? And this newly appeared illusory space, could it be related to the immortal qi? Lin Xian could only make such a guess. After all, the two paths to becoming an emperor were the divine flame and the immortal qi. And the quasi-emperors he had seen before, the Golden Crow quasi-emperor and the quasi-emperors of Mount Eternal, didn't cultivate the divine flame. They all cultivated the immortal qi. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if there were very few people who cultivated the divine flame path. The paths were different, but the end point was the same. Therefore, Lin Xian was very determined. He had to cultivate the divine flame to the extreme. On this day, Lin Xian was exploring the divine realm in his body. He also found a very dangerous place. It was a valley. The aura was very terrifying. Although it had recovered a little, it still had an endless, desolate aura. More importantly, Lin Xian saw something in the valley with his Rinnegan. It was a broken ancient book. The ancient book was very big. He didn't know what kind of metal it was made of. There was rust and dust on it. It seemed to be a broken book that had been sealed. Although the aura was terrifying, when Lin Xian approached, he could feel his great Tao boiling. The broken ancient book was definitely extraordinary. Lin Xian wanted to explore, but he found that he couldn't enter the valley. Was his cultivation not enough? Chapter 5590. It seemed that he still had to increase his strength. Although he had chased after the Golden Crow Patriarch, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to defeat him at all if he was in his peak state. Even if he used an extreme weapon, it would probably only be a draw. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. The Golden Crow Patriarch was only 6 crown king. Although he was very terrifying in this quasi-emperor realm, he was only a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian wouldn't forget who his enemy was. It was the Permethar realm. There was even half a frog in the Permethar realm. If it discovered him, it would definitely attack him crazily. He had offended a great emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian urgently needed to increase his strength. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the divine realm. He searched around and finally found another fruit. Previously, Lin Xian had eaten a fruit here and his strength had increased by a large margin. Now that he had another one, he might be able to break through. Of course, he had to ask DeLong in advance if this thing was poisonous. It was still unknown whether the Golden Crow Patriarch was dead or alive after eating it. Lin Xian didn't want such a thing to happen. He showed it to DeLong. DeLong said, "It's okay, you can eat it. Moreover, this thing contains a lot of power. Be careful not to shatter your divine body." Lin Xian didn't believe it before. Was it that scary? But when he ate it, cracks appeared on his body. Damn, it was actually so terrifying. Lin Xian realized that he had underestimated the divine realm. This seemed to be a power that didn't belong to the mortal world. It was really too magical. Now he didn't have time to think too much. He took a deep breath and absorbed with all his might. All kinds of great Tao laws surged, and his divine body bloomed. The divine fire jumped. The 6 paths of reincarnation, the yin-yang laws, and the Taiji diagram all flew out. Beside him, they surrounded him. Lin Xian was immersed in his cultivation. At the same time, the living beings of the universe outside were getting more and more excited. Those people also exclaimed because they realized that the illusions in the universe's sky were becoming more and more real. It was as if a real world was about to descend above their heads. Heavens, what was that? Was there such a world in the universe? Could it really be the immortal world? Countless people had already begun to speculate. Even the elders of the great monarch clans knelt on the ground. They were all clans that had produced great emperors before, so they knew a lot more. Back then, when their old ancestor became a great emperor, he was unable to advance. Legend had it that the great emperor realm was not the end. One could enter the immortal realm. He could even become an immortal. However, there didn't seem to be any records of an emperor becoming an immortal. Some people even guessed that the great emperor was the end of the martial path, and becoming an immortal was just a beautiful dream. It did not exist. But now, the scene of an immortal palace had descended from the sky. They were shocked beyond belief. Perhaps there really were immortals. However, every time he had to wait for the immortal palace to open. Had their patriarchs missed the opportunity? There were also people who laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, our luck is really good. We were born in a golden age. Now that the immortal palace has descended, not only can we become emperors, we might even become immortals and live forever in this world. The eyes of some of the young geniuses glinted fiercely. The eyes of Kunping Zi, Yi Wu Dao, and the others also shone with a sharp light. If they wanted to become emperors, they had the most hope. In particular, the 2 princes clenched their fists tightly. Father missed the opportunity back then, so this time I won't miss it. I want to inherit Father's legacy. Become an immortal. Kunping Zi's eyes shone with a yin and yang aura. On the other side, the fire Qilin also moved quickly. Once the illusion in the sky became real, the Qilin clan would enter. In the cold darkness, there are countless ancient tombs. It was an ancient battlefield. Back in the ancient times, a great battle had taken place here, and it was extremely tragic. Now, it had become a land of death, and no one came here. However, there was a silhouette that was walking non-stop in this place. This figure was dressed in cotton clothes, but his face was cold. It was Yao Guang. At this moment, his aura was also that of the Triple Crown King. Previously, he had been cultivating in the Purple Mansion, and the Purple Mansion Triple Crown King had chased him away as soon as he came out. After he came out, he swore that he would take revenge. Later, he began to search for the tombs and ancient battlefields of various experts, devouring their corpses and power. Finally, he became the Triple Crown King. However, he was not satisfied. This was because he knew that there would be even more experts coming soon. As expected, when the illusion of the immortal palace appeared in the sky, the 9th firmament quasi-emperor in his mind also became excited. Great, it's finally here. Yao Guang was shocked. He asked the ninth firmament quasi-emperor many times, and finally he knew something. It seemed that a great opportunity was coming, and he could use the demonic heaven-devouring skill to be one step ahead of others. Linwoody, one day I'll trample you under my feet. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor was even more shocked. Soon, in less than a month, the Nirvana realm will descend. When that time comes, I'll be able to reconstruct my true body. He looked up to the sky and laughed proudly, shattering the endless void. The universe, surrounded by the great Tao, this was the gate of Tao. It was also a place of ancient inheritance. In the gate of Tao, Zhong Lingxiu also looked at the mysterious illusion. He took a deep breath. Is everyone ready? Those from the gate of Tao asked. Princess, don't worry. We'll search for it as soon as possible. In an ancient ruin, Chao Tianxing also stood up, the stars in his eyes flickering. As the only existence of the Light Clan, it was even more mysterious. Legend had it that the Light Clan could travel through time and space when cultivated to the peak. He looked up at the sky and sighed. It's finally here. As he spoke, he picked up an ancient weapon. Whisper. It seems that my mission is about to begin. In another part of the void, there were 365 mysterious figures sitting cross-legged between heaven and earth. Among these voices, there was a beautiful woman. She also opened her eyes and stood up. The surrounding 365 phantoms all entered the space between her brows. She was Shun Jingqiu. At this moment, Shun Jingqiu's cute face had a hint of mystery. He said, It seems that it's time to go back. His figure swayed and he disappeared. In a land of nothingness. At this moment, the laws were everywhere and the aura was terrifying. There was definitely no third person who dared to come here. There were two figures in front of him. A figure with a carefree expression sat there, drinking wine from a gourd. The other figure had an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could split heaven and earth apart. He was so angry that he kept roaring. Damn it, damn it. He was the Chaos Quasi-Emperor. Previously, he was blocked by the mysterious man who came out. The two fought all the way to the depths of the universe. However, he couldn't do anything to the other party, and the other party didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. The other party only restrained him. This made him so angry that he stomped his feet. However, when the illusion of the immortal palace appeared in the end, the Chaos Quasi-Emperor could no longer stay calm. Could it be that this was really the place in the legends? Did it really appear? Great, my opportunity has come. He was overjoyed because he knew some ancient legends. However, in his opinion, those were all myths and legends, and it was impossible to find them in reality. Now, it really appeared in front of him. How could he not be excited? He had hope of becoming an emperor. Chapter 5591. Damn drunkard. Don't blame me for fighting you if you dare to stop me. The great opportunity was right in front of him, and he couldn't let it go. In front of him, Lord Alcohol opened his eyes. He glanced at him and said, Get lost. At this moment, there seemed to be a trace of sadness in his eyes. It was unknown if he was thinking of the past. Drunkard, just you wait. After I break through and become an emperor, I'll suppress you first. The chaotic force snorted and turned to leave. After he left, Lord Alcohol stood up and sighed. What was to come had come. It's time to end some things. His eyes suddenly shone with an extremely cold light. Heavenly Court. An existence that once went against the Purple Mansion was said to be extremely mysterious. After recovering, the Heavenly Court also recovered. At this moment, the experts in the Heavenly Court also looked up at the sky. Their expressions were solemn. Black Mountain, who was dressed in a black robe, walked over and said, Finally out. However, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious this time. A trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Behind him, the Northern Demon walked over and said, Master, I've prepared everything you asked me to do. Black Mountain turned around and smiled. Is that so? That's good. Oh, right. Make a trip to the Divine Union and pass some news to Lin Xian. There are some things that he needs to do. Yes. The northern demon nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Extreme Tao World. After the dragon transformation battle started, the world was sealed and could only be opened at a specific time. At this moment, the Extreme Tao Emperor weapons in the Extreme Tao World were also discussing. Is it here? It's faster than expected. Damn it! The Valley of No Return suddenly broke open. This time, the opportunity has come early again. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. No, it's ahead of our plan. If the Permitha realm descends, we won't be able to use some methods. We can't stop it. It seems like we can only delay it for a while. Although we can't stop the entire space from descending, we can stop the Permitha realm. That's right, the Permitha realm can't descend so quickly. At least, it can't make it so easy for them. The few extreme Tao Emperor weapons discussed and flew towards the Slanting Moon Cave. Slanting Moon Cave. The huge Bodhi tree swayed and radiated. There was a stone monkey. Beside him was a monkey who was cultivating with his eyes closed. It was Sun Qitian. Sun Qitian heard some movement and immediately turned his head. He shouted coldly. The next moment, when he sensed the presence of several extreme weapons, he immediately stood up. He bowed respectfully to the seniors. Little monkey, how has your cultivation been recently? The black tortoise asked. Sun Qitian said, It's already the triple champion, but I think it's still not enough. Brother Annihilation said, Don't worry, you will break through again very soon. You still don't know the situation outside. Go out and take a look. But Sun Qitian said, I still want to stay here. Stupid. The destructive halberd harumphed coldly. A man's ambition was to travel all over the world. He had to ascend to the Supreme Tao. Why do you miss this place so much? Where is your Tao heart? What about your martial path? A cold shout shook Sun Qitian's body. The Aquarius of Life flew over and said, Little monkey, don't worry. I know you miss your father. However, you have to leave and become stronger. Perhaps one day, your father will return. Really? Sun Qitian's body trembled, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The Aquarius of Life said, After you see the scene outside, you will know that anything is possible. What exactly happened outside? Sun Qitian was also at a loss. After entering the Slanted Moon Cave, he never went out again. He had no idea what was happening outside, and he couldn't even sense it. Because the Extreme Path world was extremely terrifying, the Slanted Moon Cave was even more mysterious. Could it be that something had happened outside? Sun Qitian rose into the air, left the Slanted Moon Cave, and even flew out of the Extreme Path world. When it first appeared, he was completely shocked. What was this? He looked up at the sky. Above the ninth heaven, there was a scene of an immortal palace, flowing water, waterfalls, and strange flowers blooming. And it was getting more and more realistic, as if a mythical or legendary scene had appeared in front of him. Sun Qitian was completely shocked. He had never seen such a scene before, and he had only heard of it in legends. It seemed that a great creation was about to happen. No wonder the seniors said so. Maybe I can really see my father again. Sun Qitian clenched his fists and said telepathically, Seniors, thank you for your guidance. I'll be back. After saying that, he instantly rose into the air and left. After he left, an iron staff flew out of the Slanted Moon Cave, soared into the sky, and caught up with Sun Qitian. Father! Sun Qitian held the iron staff, and his eyes turned red. He said, I'll inherit your will, ascend to the ninth heaven, and stand at the peak of martial arts. I'll become an emperor, I'll become a god. Sun Qitian put away the iron staff, then rose into the air and disappeared. After he left, the few extreme path weapons in the Slanted Moon Cave looked at the stone monkey and said, This time, the deity ground descended 100 years earlier than expected. We're not fully prepared, so we have to stop the Permitha realm. We can't let them appear so easily so we have to rely on your power. The few extreme path weapons also had the power of the extreme path, and they were the existence of the young master in the heavens. But now, in front of them, they were extremely respectful, and they didn't dare to be careless at all. The stone monkey didn't say anything, and he didn't even move as if he was really a stone. However, at this moment, another ray of light flew out from the stone platform below him. It was a page of the heavenly book, and it was extremely mysterious. Seeing this scene, the treasured bottle of life and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Annihilation took the page of the heavenly book and said, "We can definitely stop him. This time we won't lose." They turned around and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, a sound of something breaking through the air came from the depths of the slanted moon cave. In the next instant, a second ray of light appeared, and it was also a page of the heavenly book. It shone brightly. The mysterious great path on it was different from the one in their hands. The three extreme path weapons were stunned. They looked into the distance, and then they gasped. Has he awakened? The treasured bottle of life was extremely excited, and it even wanted to inject its life force into it. Black Tortoise said, "No, don't alarm him." He took the second page of the heavenly book, then took a deep breath. "Let's go." They walked out and left the slanted moon cave. However, they didn't leave this world. Instead, they entered the world. The ground kept cracking, and an underground passage appeared. They walked all the way to the center of this world, where there was a broken ancient book. They didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, and it was extremely mysterious. However, it had long been broken, and many parts were missing. There were also many cracks in the places where it existed. Chapter 5592. Looking at the broken ancient book, the few extreme grade weapons sighed. Then they inserted the page of the heavenly book in their hands into it. The ancient book in front of them started shaking violently. The two pages of the heavenly book were perfectly fused together, which was very surprising. It seemed like the page of the heavenly book came from the broken ancient book. The other page is with Lin Xian. We can borrow it when the time comes. The Black Tortoise said. The Aquarius of Life also nodded. She said that we might not need that page. Let's wait. When the Deity ground really descends, we will activate the heavenly book. The few extreme grade weapons started preparing. In the universe, all the realms, everyone was waiting excitedly. The Z-Mansion was the most excited. The Mansion Master of the Z-Mansion had not closed his eyes for the past few days. He looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. Great. In a few days, the Deity ground would really descend. At that time, the world would be theirs. At the thought of this, he laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. Outside, the people of the Z-Mansion felt their scalps go numb. An elder said, "Is the Mansion Master provoked? Is he crazy? Is it related to the heaven and earth vision in the sky? I don't know. Let's not provoke the Mansion Master." The Higan, Heavenly King, was standing behind the Z-Mansion. Only the Mansion Master himself knew this. The others did not know at all. Therefore, they did not know why the Mansion Master was so happy. In the divine union, Lin Xian was still cultivating. He had swallowed a divine fruit in the deity plane. The power in his body exploded, causing his body to crack. However, he carefully absorbed the power in the fruit. His strength continued to increase. Although he was still in the divine ancestor realm, his strength was increasing rapidly. The flame mark between his eyebrows became even more dazzling. With a boom, lightning fell from the sky. Lin Xian roared at the sky and started to transcend the tribulation. Not only was there lightning, but there was also a mysterious flame. He was going to transcend the lightning and fire tribulation. Did he break through again? In the distance, near the Four-Spirit Valley, the Hellfire Dragon was shocked. This kid was too crazy. If he broke through again, he would be a quadruple champion. Xiao Chan wanted to see Xiao Chun beating up quasi-emperors before he became a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian went through a lot of hardships during his tribulation, but with his trump cards and strength he managed to survive. Above his head, there were 4 illusory crowns that floated up and down. Lin Xian was currently breaking through to become a quadruple champion. He raised his head and roared, causing the void around him to tremble and create a terrifying storm. What a powerful force! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt that he could kill all those triple crown champions who had gone against him with a single slap. This was the difference between a quadruple champion and a triple champion. Furthermore, Lin Xian possessed the seed of the divine flame. In other words, Lin Xian was now able to contend against an ordinary quasi-emperor. For example, the quintuple crown king level quasi-emperors. Lin Xian was confident that he would be able to fight even against 6 crown kings, such as the Golden Crow, even if he had recovered from his injuries. It was too powerful. The power of a single fruit was too terrifying. He looked around and sighed. Although there were other fruits around him, their power could not be compared to the one he had swallowed before. In other words, there were strong and weak divine fruits. The divine fruit that Lin Xian had swallowed before must have been very powerful. He would consolidate his power and then go out to wait for the descent. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to consolidate his power. Outside, countless people cried out in alarm as they felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattering. Burial Earth Star was also shaking violently. Burial Earth Star had even begun to merge with the quintessential world. This miraculous change shocked countless people. The people of both worlds were stunned. The great emperor clans also looked solemn. Previously, they were in the quintessential world. Later, they went to Burial Earthstar. However, it seemed that it was not a coincidence that they were in the quintessential world. Burial Earthstar and the quintessential world were originally one. However, they became 2 worlds later on. Now, they were going to merge again. Next, there were even more terrifying changes. The phantoms of the immortal palaces in the sky became more and more real. In the end, they completely appeared in front of everyone. It was hanging above the 9 heavens. There were flowing water, waterfalls, and flying flowers. A mysterious and terrifying aura descended from the sky. The worlds in the entire universe also began to boil. The original plants grew crazily. Those that were dozens of meters grew into hundreds of meters. Those that were thousands of meters grew into tens of thousands of meters. Those that were tens of thousands of meters broke through and became terrifying demonic beasts. They became mutants of heaven and earth. The light of the great Tao danced, and rainbows filled the sky. The cultivation of some living fossils instantly broke through with a boom. The same went for those young geniuses. The Qilin son of the Fire Qilin clan looked up at the sky with incomparable excitement. A ray of light enveloped him. In an instant he roared at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, an endless mysterious aura turned into a vortex and swept toward him. It enveloped him. The power of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands all surged toward him. He roared angrily, and a thunderous sound came from his body. He turned into a Qilin, stepping on all directions and being attacked by 10,000 flames. In the next moment, 3 crowns appeared above his head. He broke through. His Highness broke through. Heavens! Did His Highness become the Triple Crown King? When the people of the Qilin clan saw this scene, they cried tears of joy. The Qilin son had been the Double Crown King for a long time, but he couldn't break through. They didn't expect that the moment the phantoms of the immortal palaces in the sky appeared, the mysterious power they carried would allow their Highness to break through. If they could enter the space above, their Highness would definitely be able to break through. He might even become a great emperor. Boom! The Fire Qilin roared at the sky. Great! His eyes were filled with shock. Did he break through and become the Triple Crown King just like that? In the next moment, the lightning in the sky descended. He began to transcend the tribulation. It wasn't just him. The Kuan Peng son of the Kuan Peng clan transformed into the god of yin and yang. One of his wings was black and the other was white. He also absorbed the power of the deity ground above the 9 heavens. The power of the deity ground turned into a vortex and enveloped him. Above his head, the Triple Crown King appeared. He also broke through. His Highness, the people of the Kuinpung clan were overjoyed. Even the powerhouses and geniuses of the Emperor clans were rapidly increasing their strength. It wasn't just these 2 clans. The Phoenix clan, the Yi clan, the Gu clan, the Skyblade sect, the Longevity Hall, the Divine Fire Palace, the Daozhong clan, and the Sky sect were all experiencing the same thing. Even the Divine Union was experiencing the same thing. This was a great fortune, a fortune given to the entire universe. The arrival of the deity ground brought with it too much mysterious power. This was because the deity ground would only descend once every tens of thousands of years. Once it did, it would be a golden age. All the living beings in the universe would break through at the same time. The cultivation bases of Murong Qingqing, Yenruyu, the Crimson Dragon, Xueqi by Susu, the Toad, and Fu Hongya had also increased. Murong Qingqing, Yenruyu, and Xueqi had all been Double Crown Kings. Now, they had broken through and become Triple Crown Kings. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon had also become Double Crown Kings. The Crimson Dragon was even more excited when he sensed the power of heaven and earth. In the later stages, he cultivated the Earth Scripture and was considered an array master. He made use of the power of heaven and earth. Now that the power of heaven and earth was countless times stronger than before, the power of the array formed by it would be far more powerful than before. Quickly inform Lin Xian and ask him to come out of seclusion and accept this opportunity. The Crimson Dragon roared and quickly transmitted his voice. Chapter 5593. Inside the Divine Realm, Lin Xian was cultivating. Suddenly, a bell on his body shook, and the voice of the Crimson Dragon came from inside. Brat, come out quickly. This is a great fortune. We have all broken through. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. It seemed that the mysterious space above had finally descended, and a great fortune had arrived. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian walked out of the sword world. When he came out, he changed his body because he felt the power descending from the sky. It was too terrifying. It was incomparably vast. He looked up at the sky. What was this? It was actually so terrifying. The dragon said, "This is called the celestial ground, just like the divine realm in your body." However, the divine realm had been shattered and withered before and was currently recovering. But the celestial ground was different. Although the celestial ground had experienced battles, it had not been shattered. It was just that it was drifting in the wilderness. It would only appear in certain years, and every time it appeared, it would be a golden age for cultivation. Kid, this is your chance. Hearing this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. The space above was called the celestial ground. Lin Xian took a deep breath. At the side, Murong Qingqing and the others saw Lin Xian come out and hurried over. However, when they sensed the aura on Lin Xian's body, they were shocked. "Brother Xian, did you break through?" Murong Qingqing and the others exclaimed. It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian's aura was much stronger than before, even stronger than theirs. They were already the Triple Crown champions, but Lin Xian was even stronger. Could it be that he was the Quadruple Crown champion? Lin Xian had become the Quadruple Crown champion without going through the power of the celestial ground. It was truly shocking. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing and the others in shock. Qingqing and the others had actually broken through to become the Triple Crown champions. This speed was indeed surprising to him, and from the looks of it, the celestial ground enveloped the universe. There would probably be many people who would break through. Lin Xian recalled the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Back then, the Yuhua immortal dynasty was filled with immortals. Was this the situation? Boom! He threw his head back and roared. All kinds of laws, the heavens battle diagram, the Tai Chi diagram, and his divine body opened up again to absorb the power. However, he soon frowned. Although his strength had increased, he found that he did not break through again. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing and the others had already broken through to become Triple Crown champions. However, their progress was slowly coming to a halt. From the looks of it, the Triple Crown was his limit. If he wanted a better breakthrough, he would have to go all the way to the Immortal Land. However, this was already good news for Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just broken through to become a quadruple crown king, and with the power of the immortal soil, his cultivation level had completely stabilized. Not only that, Lin Xian even felt that he had improved. He took a deep breath, but he didn't soar into the air. Instead, he asked, "Dalong, what I cultivate is the seed of divine flame. This is called celestial soil. Will it suppress or repel me?" "No, don't worry. Your enemy is Higan." The other shore was in the immortal ground, but there was more than that. The celestial ground was vast. As long as you don't meet anyone else, everything will be fine. Lin Xian understood now. If the immortal soil was a world, then Higan should be the overlord of the immortal soil. His enemy was the other world, Heavenly King, not the celestial ground. With that, Lin Xian was able to relax. This way, he could also absorb some of the treasures and opportunities in the immortal soil. The great Tao convergence. At this moment, Lin Xian finally understood. Many people in the Yi family had broken through. Even the elders were overjoyed. Yi Wudao sighed. He was still a triple crown champion, not a quadruple crown champion. However, his strength had increased by a large margin. It seemed that he had to go in personally. Not only him, but the light-shaking realm in the universe also felt it. He was also a triple crown champion. 9 firmaments, Sub-Emperor said. Although the future is mysterious, what you feel now is just a trace of the immortal soil's aura. Triple crown champion is the limit. If you want to break through, you can enter the immortal soil and become a quadruple crown champion. Becoming a quintuple crown champion or even an emperor wouldn't be a problem. She was extremely excited because he was about to recover. Light-shaking realm's eyes shone, but he was vigilant. Previously, he was able to survive with 9 firmaments Sub-Emperor because they each had their own needs. 9 firmaments Sub-Emperor needed his strength, and he needed some of 9 firmaments Sub-Emperor's knowledge. However, the situation seemed to have changed. Although he had become a triple crown champion, he was still not a Sub-Emperor. If 9 firmaments Sub-Emperor's strength recovered, would he still help him? Would he kill him or take over his body? These were all fatal questions. Light-shaking realm had to think of a way out for himself. Therefore, he looked up at the sky and didn't act rashly. Although he didn't move, someone else had already moved. Another member of the Twins of Destiny broke through. Among them, more than a dozen figures rose into the sky. Among them were a few elders and even a triple crown champion, a young genius. They had just broken through. They charged directly toward the immortal soil. This kind of breakthrough made them ecstatic. If they entered the immortal soil, they might become immortals in a day. Therefore, how could they miss it? Countless people looked up at the sky. Oh no, did he beat them to it? We're almost there too. The other families and sects rose into the sky one after another. Not only on planet Burial, but all the people in the universe also rose into the sky, wanting to enter the path of immortality. Boom! Ah! Suddenly, there was a roar, followed by screams. Everyone's scalp went numb. Those who rose into the sky were also stunned, because they saw more than a dozen figures of the Twins of Destiny turn into dazzling lights in an instant. Then a rain of blood fell. Those elders, including Triple Crown Champion, were killed in an instant. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Those who still wanted to enter the immortal soil all stopped in their tracks. Damn it, what's going on? Is this the immortal soil or hell? Why is it so terrifying? Can't they go in? Some people were desperate. It was as if a huge treasure was right in front of them. But there was a cage that locked them up. They could only watch, but they couldn't go in. This feeling was too uncomfortable. No. Why is it like this? These people have gone crazy. Roars came from all over the universe. The Purple Mansion Master also looked up at the sky. The people of the Purple Mansion were also excited. They also wanted to attack. However, the Purple Mansion Master said, "Stop if you don't want to die." Those people stopped. Seeing fate, when the people of the Gemini clan fell, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Great, if the Purple Mansion Master didn't remind them, they would definitely be dead, said the chief of the Purple government with a cold smile. What an idiot. Even though the celestial ground had appeared, it was still too late. Although the immortal soil has appeared, it hasn't completely stabilized yet. If they go in now, they will be torn to pieces by that supreme force. Wait, when the immortal soil stabilizes, they can go in. He was not in a hurry. He had waited for so many years. He didn't care about this day. 1 or 2 months, or even 1 or 2 years. So what? Anyway, the immortal soil had already come out. It was only a matter of time before they went in. The others gradually calmed down after their initial panic. They were no longer anxious. Instead, they started to analyze. They also felt that the force above was terrifying and mysterious. However, it was extremely cold. It seemed that it hadn't stabilized yet. Therefore, they started to wait patiently. They knew that the process wouldn't be too long. Even if they didn't go in, the force that fell down was enough to make them go wild with joy. Divine union. Everyone had a breakthrough. Murong Qingqing, Yen Ruyu, and Xue Qi had all become Triple Crown champions. Toad, Crimson Dragon, and Fu Hongya had all become Double Crown champions. Neilin Liang, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others had also become Triple Crown champions. The others also had a breakthrough, which made them really happy. The overall strength of the Divine Union had increased. Lin Xian, you are out. The North Demon had also come. He had also experienced a breakthrough. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Master, I have a message for you." Chapter 5594. What about Heishan? What did he have to say to me? Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. He hadn't seen this guy in a long time. Northern Monster said. His master said that Permitha was extremely terrifying. He told you not to start a fight with them and to accumulate strength in secret. Finally, he would make a move against them. He absolutely could not let them catch him. The Permitha? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He took a deep breath. Don't worry, I know. Lin Xian's eyes shone coldly. Would it not be long before he would be able to see his true enemy? Then he patted Northern Demon's shoulder. Long time no see. Let's have a drink later. Northern Demon nodded. Then he was shocked. You're already a quadruple crown king? Why do I feel that you're even more terrifying than a triple crown king? Murong Qingcheng, Yen Ruyu, and the others also sensed it. They all looked over, and Hong and the others were shocked. Lin Xian's aura was too mysterious. It was even stronger than before. Once released, it seemed like it could suppress them. Lin Xian said. He was indeed a quadruple crown king. That's great. Murong Qingqing and the others were overjoyed. If Lin Xian was truly strong, he would be about as strong as a quasi-emperor. This way, they would have a much higher chance of winning against their enemies. Northern Demon said. From what I know, many people have broken through. Some top geniuses have even become Triple Crown Kings. There are even more people from great emperor clans. This doesn't include the 2 Forbidden Lands. That's true. Bai Susu also said, according to the information we gathered, Kunpingzi and Fire Qilin are already Triple Crown Kings. Other than that, a few people have also become Triple Crown Kings. The others also made corresponding breakthroughs. Some living fossils have also become stronger. It's all because of the space above. Is it because of the celestial ground? Lin Xian looked up at the sky and said, it's all thanks to him that my cultivation as a quadruple crown king has stabilized. It even improved a lot. Celestial ground? Bai Susu and the others were shocked. Is that the name of the mysterious space? Heavens, could it really be related to immortals? Lin Xian nodded and then said, "The celestial land has appeared and you all have broken through. In fact, you are very close to the boundary emperor stage. In the future, when you enter the deity ground, all of you have a chance to become quasi-emperors. I'll tell you some secrets now." Hearing this, Bai Susu and the others grew excited. "What secret?" Lin Xian said, "Do you know the difference between a quasi-emperor and a saint master? Wasn't his cultivation higher?" Nalan Liang said. Lin Xian said that this was only one of the reasons. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a divine lord was that quasi-emperors could condense a kind of power. This power was above that of the sacred ancestor. What kind of power was that? Bai Susu and the others were very curious. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and a divine flame mark appeared between his eyebrows. A terrifying flame aura filled the air. Everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if they were going to worship him. This power was called the divine flame seed. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. Of course, the other quasi-emperors should be condensing immortal chi seeds. Seed of divine flame, seed of immortal chi. Too powerful. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? They were surprised. No wonder he could definitely surpass the saints. It turned out that the power he cultivated was different. However, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian also had such power. What was more terrifying was that Lin Xian was not a quasi-emperor yet. Once Lin Xian became a quasi-emperor, he would probably be even more terrifying. Lin Xian told them more about the divine flame seed and the divine flame seed. After all, in his opinion, many of his friends would become quasi-emperors in the future. This world had changed. This was a golden age. No one knew how great the changes would be in the future. He gave them some information in advance. In the following time, everyone waited patiently for the celestial ground to stabilize. At the same time, something else happened. Before the battle, these people's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Some even broke through and became the Triple Crown champion. How could they hide such joy? They had to release it. Therefore, the battle broke out. Kuanping Zi and Qilin Zi had been looking for people to fight. The two of them even had a fight. The others also made their moves one after another. Battles broke out every day. Every day, there were new people rising. The people of the Divine Union were extremely quiet. They knew that this was just the beginning. It was too early to attack. They had to gather their strength and wait for the celestial ground to become quasi-emperors. The people of the Forbidden Life lands did not attack. The people of the Purple Mansion also waited patiently. On the contrary, the ancient families attacked quickly. They seemed to want to challenge the monarch race. Some people even came to challenge the Divine Union. In the end, Bai Susu the Toad, the Crimson Dragon, and the others defeated them. The Fire Qilin also came. He was ready to challenge Lin Xian. Previously, he had been suppressed by Lin Xian and was very unhappy. Now that he had broken through and become the Triple Crown champion, he decided to challenge Lin Xian. He wanted to defeat Lin Xian and rebuild his confidence. He wanted to trample on Lin Xian. "Lin Wuti, come out and fight with me." A loud voice rang out. The people of the ancient city also looked up. It was the Qilin Zi. Had he broken through and become the Triple Crown champion? Had he come to challenge Lin Xian? No way. Although he had received benefits, Lin Wuti had been the Triple Crown champion before. With such good fortune, he should be even more powerful. Some people said that it was not certain. Yi Wudao had been the Triple Crown champion before, but there was news that he had received good fortune to improve his strength. So now it seemed that Lin Wuti was only the Triple Crown champion. The Qilin Zi might be able to fight. "You are no match for me." Lin Xian's voice rang out. He did not even go out. This made many people frown. Lin Wuti was too arrogant, wasn't he? That was right. Now that the world had changed, the celestial ground had descended. The strong would overturn everything. The strong might not be able to laugh now, but the later generation might be able to surpass them. Why was Lin Wuti still so arrogant? Those who said this were all people who had improved their strength. They were extremely arrogant. In their opinion, they could challenge everything. So they naturally wanted to start with the strongest person, and that was Lin Wudy. If Lin Wudy was defeated, it meant that a new era had arrived. The Fire Qilin also said, Lin Wudy, today is different. In the past you were strong, high and mighty, but now the era is different. The era of immortals has arrived, and I have broken through. Come out and fight with me. This guy is really courting death. The Crimson Dragon and the others frowned. Kid, go out and slap him to death. The Toad also said, yeah, what was he so arrogant for? He was just a Triple Crown champion. You are already a Quadruple Crown champion. Killing him is as easy as flipping a hand. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He waved his hand and opened the array. Come in if you want. I am not afraid of you. Today I am here to fight. If anyone dares to sneak up on me, don't blame the Qilin clan for being merciless. The Qilin Z was not afraid. He strode in. Chapter 5595. Inside the Divine Union. Countless people looked at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin sneered. Lin Wudy, come out. I'm here for a one-on-one. Don't tell me you're so cowardly that you don't dare to fight me. Stupid thing, I advise you to get lost now. The Crimson God sneered. The Toad also said, Idiot, water must have entered your brain. How dare you come here? I'll see how you die later. What are you two talking about? The Qilin child took a step forward and the power of the Triple Crown King erupted. The Qilin phantom roared at the sky. Outside, some people were still waiting. They actually went in to fight. They couldn't see it. What a pity. They didn't know who would win. Look, that's the Qilin phantom. Could it be that they had already fought? These people could only wait outside the Divine Union. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. The Toad snorted. The Crimson Dragon also said, Come, come, I'll fight 300 rounds with you. However, at this moment, Lin Xian walked over and said, Do you want to fight me? I advise you not to do so. Lin Wudy, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know my ultimate technique. The Qilin child's eyes shone coldly. Lin Xian shook his head. You're too ignorant. I'll let you see my power. The next moment, she raised her head and looked at the Qilin child. The power of the Quadruple Crown King swept out. At this moment, the entire cave shook violently. Even the 9 heavens were shattering. The earth continued to rumble and churn. The smile on the Qilin child's face disappeared and was replaced by fear. His body trembled. He couldn't help but want to kneel down. He looked up at the sky and raged. His imperial bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. A Qilin roared at the sky and surrounded him. Countless cracks appeared on the Qilin. He took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. You've surpassed the Triple Crown King. You've broken through. This is impossible. He had really gone crazy. Before coming, he had received news that Yi Wudao had not broken through. No one could become the Quadruple Crown King. Therefore, in his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Wudy. However, Lin Wudy had become the Quadruple Crown King, completely surpassing him. It would be a piece of cake for the other party to kill him. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Don't misunderstand. I was just joking with you. I just wanted to see what realm you've broken through to. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to run. In an instant, he tore open the void and arrived outside the Divine Union. The people waiting outside were also stunned when they saw the scene. What's going on? The Fire Qilin actually came out. Could it be that the battle had ended? He didn't seem to be badly injured. Could it be that he had already defeated Lin Wudy? Oh God, was Lin Wudy trampled? It was too unbelievable. It seemed like the ranking of the geniuses had changed, and the latecomers had caught up. Countless people were shocked. If this news were to spread, it would probably shake the entire universe. The Fire Qilin didn't care about what these people thought. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from below. Did I say you could leave? Whoa. The fire Qilin's fleeing figure stopped, revealing an expression that was uglier than crying. The surrounding people were also shocked. It was Lin Wudi's voice. He wasn't dead. What was going on? The fire Qilin stopped running. Could Lin Wudi's voice have scared the fire Qilin? Impossible. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was only a triple champion. Even if he could defeat Lin Wudi, it would be with his full strength. After all, it wouldn't be easy for him to win in a battle of the same level. Countless people analyzed and discussed. The fire Qilin said, "What do you want?" "You can think for yourself what I want. I don't have a good temper." Lin Xian said coldly, "Did these people think that they could challenge him just because they had improved their strength? What a joke." The fire Qilin's expression changed. In the end, he sighed, knowing that he had kicked an iron plate. Forget it, this guy was ruthless. He didn't want to experience the fate of the 10,000 dragon court again. Thus, he took a deep breath and cupped his fists. "Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I won't dare challenge you again. Please spare me this time." This scene was like being struck by lightning, causing the spectators to be dumbfounded. Oh God, what was going on? The fire Qilin apologized. Oh God, could it be that the fire Qilin was defeated? Damn it, what just happened? I didn't see anything. Countless people exclaimed. They had all gone crazy. The fire Qilin had broken through and become a triple champion. Her strength had undergone a tremendous change. She was now a top expert. Even so, she had to lower her head in front of Lin Xian. What level had Lin Wudi reached? He was too unfathomable. Lin Xian said, "Not enough. Cut off your own arms and leave your storage ring behind." His voice wasn't loud, but it spread clearly in the surroundings. Everyone's pupils constricted. *CK. An apology wasn't enough. Lin Wudi was too arrogant. The fire Qilin definitely wouldn't do that. The fire Qilin was a Tharch, with a Tharch family behind her. She would definitely dare to challenge the divine union. Countless people analyzed. However, the fire Qilin gritted her teeth. A terrifying flaming blade appeared on her body and cut off her arms. At the same time, she threw the storage ring away. He said, "Are you satisfied?" What? The fire Qilin really cut off her own arms. Wow, what the heavens? Was the fire Qilin so afraid? What had Lin Wudi done? Everyone was even more curious about what had happened before. Lin Xian waved his hand, grabbed the storage ring, and said, "This is the last time. This is the last time. I'll spare your life. Next time, if you challenge me again, I'll destroy your soul. Get lost." Hearing this, the fire Qilin's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She probably wouldn't dare to challenge Lin Xian again in this life. Did she leave? The people watching from afar were shocked. The fire Qilin had come aggressively. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that it wouldn't be the case? The fire Qilin cut off her own arms, bowed her head, apologized, and fled in a hurry. Lin Xian didn't even appear from the beginning to the end. He had one just like that. The news spread throughout Burial Earth. Those people were shocked. Some of the Tharch family members also gasped. They had originally wanted to challenge Lin Xian, but now it seemed impossible. They were all hesitating. Lin Wudi was unfathomable now. They couldn't provoke him easily. Forget it, they'd better wait first. After entering the Deity ground, they would increase their strength and challenge that kid again. Countless discussions could be heard. The people of the Fire Qilin clan were also shocked when they saw the Fire Qilin return. Their Highness was injured. "How could you be defeated? Your Highness, did that brat use an extreme grade weapon? Damn it, we'll take revenge for you." Some elders were ready to use extreme weapons to take revenge. However, the Fire Qilin's words frightened them. "Don't go. Lin Wudi is already a quadruple champion. I'm no match for him. He's already giving the Fire Chillin clan a lot of face by not killing me.